good quarterback, probably as good as Derek Carr was, but there was the relationship at Fresno with Carr and Adams.
Yeah, I mean, he basically left Green Bay and a Hall of Fame quarterback to go play with his old college buddy, and he got not even a full year of that. I mean, his college buddy was asked not to come back to the facility at some point.
And I don't know about you guys, Vegas is the last place I'd want to live.
Ooh, I
love Vegas.
I would not say last place.
Well, wanna be.
Yeah.
Like I would rather be in
more so for health situation.
Yeah.
I would rather be in Las Vegas than where he was before in Green Bay.
Yeah, I guess I can buy that.
Well, I mean,
I'd rather be in Las Vegas than I would Jacksonville.
I don't like Jacksonville at all.
We're two NFL franchises in, and Lance started.
I'd rather be in Vegas than Houston.
I'd rather be in Vegas than San Francisco. I'd rather be in Vegas than Seattle.
Yeah. Well, just because of current temperatures.
I'd rather be in Vegas than Detroit.
Buffalo.
Than Buffalo.
Now, I've heard weather aside, I had a buddy that lived in Buffalo because he played for the AAA affiliate up there, and he said Buffalo was awesome.
Where in the hell can you say weather aside in Buffalo except for 4 months?
Yeah, I mean, the summer is probably nice up there.
Yeah, Baltimore. I wouldn't want to live in Baltimore.
I wouldn't want to live in Baltimore.
Cleveland. Yeah.
You have totally dialed this back.
Really
I mean, all due respect, I don't want to live in Atlanta.
By the time we get done,
live in Vegas than Atlanta.
By the time we get done,
and L.A. I don't want to live in L.A.
Vegas is in the top 10 already, Rocky.
Jeez.
No, maybe.
Right.
Okay, so.
And by the way, I've been to Miami with you. I don't think there's a lot of difference between Las Vegas and Miami.
I'd rather be in Vegas.
The trouble you can get into.
The good news is the Dolphins facility is well out of town.
Okay, the places I know
you
I
don't
would
have
rather
to,
live.
You don't have to live at South Beach.
I would rather live in Phoenix.
Nashville.
You'll give me that. Denver, Kansas City.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
It's a nice sound, but I'm shocked you picked that.
I would rather live in New Orleans than Vegas.
Ooh.
I think that's probably just personal preference.
Yeah,
I'd rather live in Indy than Vegas.
Ooh.
Minnesota.
Indy's a cool town. You had a bad experience in Indianapolis.
I've been several times.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
I like Indianapolis.
Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, New York. I would rather live in Vegas than Philadelphia, though. Philadelphia's a shithole.
But I've been to Indy twice for the 500, where it's just packed, and it's not great, Brown. And I've been there now for the national championship. And if I've got a scoreboard, I think right now Indy's 1 and you're 0. So I'm not sure you'd want to live in Indy either.
Yeah, you're right about that.
In fact, I'm trying to think of the cities.
I gotta go back to Indy because I had such a bad experience in Indy, and we unfortunately went where people were literally slipping on the street because of the ice. And I've just heard Indianapolis is an incredible town. You've been up there.
Several times.
Right?
I've been up there during better weather, and I liked it a lot. I just think it's a cool downtown area. Now, I haven't visited the suburbs a whole lot. I'm just talking about downtown Indianapolis. I liked. Now, when we were up there, it was frigid and miserable. I'm not going to like any city that's frigid and miserable. I'm a Southern boy. That's not what my blood ain't frigid and miserable, man. So
the one place recently that I can think that you're ahead on the scoreboard is Floribama, and that's a close game. It's 3-2.
They don't have an NFL franchise. That's the problem.
You're up on the Floribama, but it's 3-2. It's 3-2.
Best of 7. Hopefully we're going to play 2 more games this summer.
Hey, last night in Tempe, Arizona, they voted to not give the Coyotes a new arena. They're playing right now in the 5,000-seat Arizona State on-campus arena for the Arizona State hockey team. That franchise is likely to move. I know Birmingham hockey fans. I'm one of them from back in the day with the Birmingham Bulls and the WHA, the same league that had the Winnipeg Jets and the Quebec Nordiques and the Edmonton Oilers and all of them when the Bulls were really good in the 70s. Birmingham not on the list of likely landing spots. Houston, back to Quebec, maybe get the Nordiques back, good jersey. Kansas City, Salt Lake, and a third try in Atlanta, GA.
It's going to be out of town, though. It's apparently in the northern suburbs. That's where they're looking.
Gwinnett.
Yeah.
In that area. All right. That's the show. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central Time on Thursday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Brown will keep us updated on the PGA Championship leaderboard throughout the live show today. Also, we will get into what we saw last night in the NBA and some NFL football news, movement in the portal, all the usual stuff on a May day. But it's a special day around here because we're 100 days away from the start of the college football season, 100 days away from week 0 of college football. Now, week 0 is not your most fantastic Saturday of college football. But as we've seen, week 1 and week 2 aren't that fantastic either. Some good games sprinkled in there, but football is now 100 days away. The next competitive football game we get here in the United States, not part of the USFL, XFL, or CFL, is college football in 100 days. It's a landmark day here as we get a little bit closer. 100 days out from the college football season. Biggest storyline right now going in to next season for you guys? Is it Georgia's pursuit of a three-peat? Is it, sort of a, I guess sort of a lame duck year waiting for all the Texas, Oklahoma, USC, UCLA movement? Can Nick Saban get Alabama back? It's the last year of our 4-team playoff. What's the biggest storyline for you 100 days out going into the next season?
By the way, it really starts flying when we get 90 days out because of the old Doug Layton quote that you always bring up.
That's right. When is that? When's the 90 days? We're going to be on the show then?
10 days from now.
Thank you, Jim.
It will not. It will be a week from Saturday.
Very early. See, we're never on when this happens. It seems like it's always the Memorial Day break or something like that.
Yeah.
But
can we do it next Friday? Can I do it next Friday on 91?
You could change the saying with a little tip of the cap to Doug, but say in this new financial situation, a 100-day loan.
The great Doug Layton used to say, if you think football's not going to get here quick, just take out a 90-day note. It'll be here before you know it.
Yeah.
God rest his soul.
But you led with what I think is the biggest story going in, and it's the opportunity to win 3 consecutive national championships. Look, nobody's done it since Minnesota in the 30s. It's unprecedented, and especially in today's college football where we've started to get a little semblance of parity, where Cincinnati was in a college football playoff 2 years ago, TCU was there last year, but Georgia continues to be the alpha.
And not only are they trying to do the three-peat, they're the favorites to do the three-peat, right?
They are.
They're going to be the team to beat.
Well, I think probably if you go back historically, the team that is going for the three-peat, and that hasn't even happened very often, is the odds-on favorite.
Well, if you look, Alabama in 2013, the last to give us a shot, they were the favorite going in.
Yeah.
Before that,
was Florida going for the three-peat when Bama beat them in 9?
No. Remember there was that gap
year.
They
did 6.
6 and 8.
6 and 8. Okay, that's right. Miami was going for one at some point.
Yeah, well, you had to go back to Nebraska before that.
Yeah.
They were going for a three-peat.
94, 95, or 95, 96, whatever, yeah.
Maybe it was 97, 98,
whatever
somewhere around there.
Yeah, but, one of those was split. This is just legitimate. Mike Griffin yesterday was talking about the fact that going undefeated 3 consecutive years, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think you're probably fine. The media would say, my gosh, they've won 2 straight. They got a lot of these guys back. Schedule, I'm sure the three-peat team has been the favorite most of the time. So, yeah, Georgia should be the favorite. I think historically they are. But history's history for a reason. Until somebody changes it, Georgia may be the one that changes.
Yeah, I think one of the other stories is...
Well, hold that for a second. Just do this. Taylor's going to send out a 100 days to college football graphic here at some point on our social media platforms. So go follow us on Twitter at Next Round Live and on Instagram at Next Round Live on those two platforms. And on those platforms, when she sends it out, just let us know what you think are the biggest storylines in college football this year, as we're 100 days out. And we'll talk about some of those as we move throughout the days. Also, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, you can throw them in there as well. And Brown will keep up with some of those as we move throughout the show as well. You were about to say another one for you.
Well, look, I know that LSU won a national championship in 2019, but I think there's some interesting teams, some traditional powers, at least the last 30, 40 years, that are they really back? Florida State, are they really back? A lot of hype, another great addition with Keon Coleman yesterday with Florida State. Texas, are they really back? LSU, Penn State, USC. I mean, those are really good traditional teams that a lot of people believe have opportunities to get to a college football playoff this year. I mean, all 5 of those teams I listed, multiple media people will have them in the college football playoff.
Absolutely. So we'll get into, as we get 100 days from now, into some of those type of storylines as we move throughout the show. So you sort of fill up the timeline there on Twitter and Instagram and over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, and we'll get to some of the huge storylines coming up 100 days out from the start of the college football season. Griffin quickly in at Next Round Live. I just got a wedding invitation for September 23rd. Notable games that day: Ole Miss at Alabama, Florida State at Clemson, Ohio State at Notre Dame, Auburn's at Texas A&M, UCLA, Utah, Arkansas, LSU. What do I do, Griffin? You know what to do.
Is it your wedding?
If you're going to make us say it, I mean, we'll say it, but you know what to do, Griffin.
That's also Florida State at Clemson.
I just said that.
Yeah,
Florida State at
just said
Clemson.
that. Yeah. I just gave him a piece of advice. I say you go Alabama, Ole Miss on the main screen at 2:30 that day, because I think that'll be the CBS kick. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
Now, Griffin's conflict is going to be in the prime window, because you're likely to have Ohio State, Notre Dame, and FSU Clemson in that window.
So you're avoiding the wedding part here. You're planning out his television schedule.
Oh, I thought that one without saying. My apologies. Thanks for pointing out the punchline there, Jim. Good job.
I was trying to get to the audience there. So
good job for the slow listeners.
Just in case they didn't know what you were doing there.
Hey, what is the last fall wedding you guys have been to?
My brother's.
Yeah, the last one was one I was in, and it was probably, I'll tell you when it was. It was the Bluegrass Miracle.
I'll tell you the last one I was invited to that I didn't go to. It was, at the time, probably our closest couple friends and Maggie's roommate and the person who helped me finally get Maggie to say yes on a date, our friend Jack and Phil.
Jack and Phil?
Boy, but that was some interesting conversations that from
Jack is short for Jacqueline, by the way.
Yeah.
What state was that in, Jim?
Jacqueline and Phil.
Jacqueline and Phil, yes. I didn't even catch it when he said it.
I did. I just thought maybe they were roommates or something.
We always spend Thanksgiving together.
But how interesting
was a little ditty about Jack and Phil.
So, you would work Jack and Phil to go to Maggie and say, hey, look, this is a good guy.
Well, no, see, Maggie had dated.
She'd already been on a date with you. But she wasn't your date.
Right. She had dated my best friend in the world, Philip at that point, Shep, and she had seen that I was not very good after the third date, and she did not want to be, her words, the flavor of the month girl.
Oh,
wow.
What a pimp you were.
Well,
as the kids would say, you got rizzed on a way. Hey, so
no.
He's full of drip.
This was the 90s, right?
Yeah.
So I had a little drip back then.
Yeah, I know your Baskin Robbins. You have 31 flavors, Jimmy?
Was it the hair the difference, or?
Well, I mean, local TV is more important back then than it is now.
Wow, so that was your kind of go-to. He's on TV.
No, I didn't have to say anything. They just knew.
They just knew.
They just knew.
Yeah, I mean, who didn't watch 13 back then? Come on.
The big 1-3.
Yeah.
How many dates did Maggie go on with Shep?
They dated for about a month and a half.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So how long ago was that wedding?
That would have been
so if we ever have a Dunaway Rose, Shep is going to be on that panel.
Yeah. I mean, he already at the rehearsal dinner, he already toasted the last two people to make out with the bride. Yeah.
Wow.
So, shout out.
I
Shout out Eskimo brother.
Yeah.
I love Shep.
My brother's wedding was Dennis Franchione was still the Alabama coach. That's how long it's been since I've been to a fall wedding.
Yeah, that was me too.
I didn't go. I didn't go though. I was just setting that up to tell you.
Saban
I
was
did
the
not go
LSU
to the
coach.
wedding.
You did not go?
I did
Okay.
not go. It
Okay.
was the people that helped me land Maggie, basically.
Yeah.
And I did not go to the wedding. I went to a random Alabama football game to cover it for Channel 13.
Well, that was quite a 2-week stretch for Lance. He had a Bluegrass Miracle wedding. Then the next Saturday night, one of the most lopsided losses of his career, Alabama LSU.
Yeah, almost sank his gambling world.
Yeah, and the next weekend after that, I had another wedding, but it was a Friday night wedding after Thanksgiving.
Oh, a Black Friday wedding?
Yeah, Black Friday wedding.
Wow.
I don't know why so many of my buddies back in the day got
I really
married
don't either, yeah.
during the fall. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys this, and I'm asking for, we would call it a friend, but I've got a wedding that I'm going to on Saturday, and there's a few of us up here that are going to this wedding. Do you ever just go straight to the reception? If a wedding is so big,
I have before.
do you think it's a big deal to skip the wedding and
No,
just go
I
to the
don't,
reception?
because most people don't know. I mean, who knows? Does the bride? How small do you think seriously, the bride doesn't know.
I'm going to go and estimate there's going to be 350 people here.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
There's zero chance.
So
Yeah, you go straight.
Basically, you're a Conference USA crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last wedding I went to was one of the bigger attended weddings I have ever seen. Could have easily gone to the reception completely unnoticed, but we didn't. We went to the wedding. But yeah, I mean, just some of it depends on crowd size.
Yeah,
I mean,
the thing about the wedding, if it was at the same venue, if you had like walking next door, you had the reception. It's just when you have to like go to the church and park and
Well,
deal with
you
all
don't
that.
want to be the first people in the reception
Yeah,
there. You don't want to be holding a drink while everyone else starts walking.
when the bride walks in, he tells her.
My plan is to go hotel bar, post up, and then about 30 minutes into the reception, show up.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious at that point.
Well, I personally, first off, think you should personally be representing us at this wedding.
No, we've got somebody in the wedding party. We got
know.
multiple people in the wedding party.
I know that's how important this family is to the company.
Oh no, extremely important.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I don't think they'd really care if I was there or not.
Well, I mean, they invited you. I think that says they care whether you're there or not.
No, but I'm gonna.
I think that comes with the invite.
I'm gonna be there. I mean, really, the only time you get to get social is
be
during
in
the
the city.
reception.
My car is going to be there. How far from the church is the reception?
Oh, I would have to pull a little T in here.
That's not significant, Brown. If you're not in the room when they're saying their vows, that's why you're invited to the wedding. They want you
Yeah,
to be
but
in there at that moment.
To Lance's question, I don't
think
think,
you're going a
people
little deep on
remember. I don't. To Lance's question, I don't think people remember who is or isn't at their
they don't
wedding outside of
remember.
family.
They
Yeah.
won't know.
I don't
If they-
remember who was at my wedding.
That's what I'm saying. If that's all you're concerned about, are they going to remember that you never attended their wedding and only came to the reception? No, that's not going to happen. Of course, this is record
Yeah, this is documented.
for eternal. This is
Yeah, I
eternal
probably should
record.
have
here.
spit this out.
Probably
but-
not. No, no.
But could it be a poll question? Is it
Oh,
wrong?
absolutely. Brought to you by our friends at
Taylor, pull up this poll question.
very much. Taylor, who's in this wedding
Yes.
this weekend, please send out the poll question brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. It reminds me now, after our first segment conversation yesterday, I forgot to wear my wedding ring today. I was going to dig it out and wear it just for giggles.
I thought you ordered a
Where's
new
the
one last
rubber-
night.
Well,
rubber
you know,
ring?
everyone was all in on this carbon fiber stuff, and I started to look at that. That's not one of those rubber ones. Carbon fiber is what we build spaceships out
Buddy,
of, right?
Just go to any sporting goods store, and you can buy one of those rubber rings. and they're
Yeah,
like
I've had one of those.
$19.95.
I've had one of those. I don't like it so much.
What
I
do you
wanna-
dislike about it?
It just feels like I've got a washer around my finger.
You're very particular about
Boy,
that
you
wedding
really
ring.
are. You put a lot of thought in this.
Yeah, so I'm just going to dig out the, very expensive, heavy piece of metal, put it on my finger again.
Yeah. Lunsford says ceramic's the way to go.
I mean,
Ceramic.
is there a reason you dug it out for the interview with Oates and Saban?
Yeah, because back then I was in the window where it fit my finger. And then as football season progressed and the summer of us at the Floribama drinking 1,000 calorie bushwhackers and everything that happened last year, my finger got too fat to where it wouldn't fit on my finger again.
But it will fit now.
I'm pretty I have not tried it in a couple of months, but I'm pretty confident, thanks to my friends at Way to Wellness, it would slide right on my finger.
So
right
is that
now.
one of the first places you gain weight?
No, right here is the first.
Yeah, the neck,
yeah.
neck and chin.
It's not right here because this is always here for me. That's now
Yeah.
permanent.
Yeah, it's eternal gut.
So that is now forever. But it's here, and then it's right here. And as you saw in our Hugh Freeze interviews, but third place is my ankles.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Because
you
I finished dead last in the ankle
Dead last
competition.
in ankles, yeah.
Yeah. So the poll question brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our friends at Bud Light is what, LT? It's about your wedding. Not your wedding, but
is it okay to skip the wedding and just go to the reception?
So, got a lot of comments on this in the chat room.
make that our poll question brought to you by Bud Light. What are they saying in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room?
Tommy, we moved our wedding up a month early so it didn't interfere with the start of football class and rush. We were 2 years out of Bama. Lots of current students at the wedding. That's the way to go right there. Daniel said, my wife wanted October wedding as well. I quickly weighed in on that. We got married in June.
Yeah, I will tell you that it's not one of my biggest regrets in life, but it's something I do regret not going to Jack and Phil's wedding because they meant that much to us.
Troy says, LT, if it's important to business, you need to be there. I don't think it's important to business. No, not at all.
Well, look, I am
it's
really
family.
Yeah, it is family.
Yeah. Kevin says, my wife loves me. We got married in April. We eloped to Jamaica. Eloping is the way to go. Huh.
Well, that does help everyone out. It saves money.
Yep.
You just come back and have a big party.
Yeah.
Unnamed commenter, if the wedding invite says black tie, do you always wear a tux? Absolutely not.
Ooh.
I wear a black tie. What?
Yeah, I think black tie is tux.
Yeah, not for me. I probably just don't go if it says black tie. Tux is a pain in the you-know-what.
Oh, it is.
I ain't going to prom again.
Yeah, well, that's among the last times I've worn a tux. Boy, I tell you what, I can't remember a wedding where the crowd is in a tux. I've never been to one, I don't think.
Yeah. Now, see,
Have
Kyle,
you been to one of those?
No.
Yeah.
Kyle gets to a really interesting question now in this world of college football. He got married August 27th, which now falls in what we like to call week 0.
Yep.
Now, the week 0 slate's not great, but does that count as a fall wedding?
No, I'll give you
it
a
does.
pass.
It's too close.
We got Navy Notre Dame that day.
Yeah.
Am I
Well,
going to miss
but-
Navy Notre
Well,
Dame for
it's
that
more.
day?
So the last one so let me take this back. If you consider that a fall wedding, I went to one in Memphis, and it was when Oregon State opened up against Colorado State. I don't know if you guys will remember this, probably 5 years ago.
Well, I remember
but it
it,
was
yeah.
the only week 0 game, so I kind of gave them a pass based on that.
So I skipped my most recent class reunion because they planned it on week 0 and Florida was playing. You remember that game Florida played on week 0? They played in Orlando against somebody good. I can't remember who they were playing. It was a week 0 game. So I skipped the class reunion.
Yeah. Well, I
mean,
it's
that's not a wedding. But.
It's week 0 this year, and again, it's not going to blow you away 100 days from now. But Navy and Notre Dame, they go really early on NBC because it's going to be over in Dublin.
That's right.
So probably a 11 o'clock kick.
Maybe even earlier. Sometimes those have kicked at 8 a.m.
I think they're going to go nighttime in
Nighttime Dublin?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think. You got the MEAC SWAC Challenge. That's going to be South Carolina State and Jackson State, but no Dion now when ESPN signed up for that. Mercer and North Alabama kick off that day down in Montgomery. Those are the only TV games so far, but yet to be announced, probably on the SEC network, Hawaii and Vanderbilt. But it could be on ESPN. It could be on CBS.
That's back in Nashville, right? Because they played in Hawaii last
That's
year.
right. Hawaii and Vanderbilt. San Jose State and USC that day, likely on Fox.
Yeah, I assume that's at the Coliseum.
But could be on ABC,
Yeah.
could be on ESPN. But San Jose State and USC. Ohio and San Diego State. Not a bad little game there, Ohio and San Diego State.
Yeah.
I mean, Bobcats and Aztecs.
Is that the
This
first
Jim
game in
shows off that he just knows the name of the mascots like he knows anything about those rosters.
And the Dragon.
Snapdragon Stadium, is that the first game?
I think it is.
I think it is. UTEP is over at Jacksonville State in the first Conference USA game.
Crap, I might just go to that.
Heck yeah, Brownie.
Yeah, I might go.
Yeah, you got a box?
Yeah, that's the first Conference USA game for Jacksonville. I think I'm going to go, actually.
Get in
What
that
time's
brown
that kick?
box.
Have they announced
They
the
have
kick
not
already?
announced the kick time for
I'm
that
going.
yet.
I think it's going to be prime time.
Yeah, I think I'll go.
UMass and New Mexico State and FIU and La Tech. So, little CUSA action.
If
going
I
on
hadn't
that day.
left my phone in the office, I'd text right now and find out the kick time on that Jack State game. I think I'll be there.
Oh, you think you already know it?
Well, I think I can text, Greg Science, athletic director, see if they've picked one yet.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the television partners, because the reason you play at that point on week 0, because you want a little national TV for their first Conference USA game. I'm sure he's waiting on the CBS Sports Network or ESPN2 or ESPNU to let him know when they're going to kick that.
Just to be honest, I mean, that schedule you just ran down, Jack State UTEP's one of the primo games that day.
Yeah, I mean, Navy Notre Dame is probably
That's number
tops
one.
for me.
I wouldn't say primo.
For that day, find the other one.
I mean, I would go number one for me would be Navy Notre Dame.
That's easy, all right?
Yeah, even though Notre Dame's going to beat the brakes off them. Navy's not great anymore.
There's no doubt about that. I agree.
San Jose State, USC is right there.
That's right.
Hawaii and Vandy's right there for me.
Okay.
I'm telling you, Ohio and San Diego State. I mean, you
I
got
just
Mac.
want to remind you, last year Hawaii and Vandy was like 63-14. So I mean, you don't get all
But I
fired
think
up.
Hawaii was up 14-0.
They were. If you tuned in very early, they were up 14-0.
Yeah.
So if you want to get fired up about Vandy Hawaii, go ahead. I'm just giving you a better game.
Yeah, and then
But,
UTEP
if you wanna-
Jacksonville State. No, that'll be a good game.
Yeah, if you don't want to buy into Vandy because they're in the SEC, they're playing Hawaii. It was barely a Division I team.
Year 3 for Clark Lee. This is when they flip it around.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying. It was 63-14 in year 2 last year. What do you think it's going to be with Hawaii having to fly all the way to the humidity in Nashville?
I'll take Jack State and give you 3.5.
So I've got UTEP.
Plus 3.5 in Jacksonville. Yeah.
I'll take UTEP.
Hey, you think they're just going to waltz into Paul
Dana
Smith Stadium?
Demmel, man, the guy can coach.
My gosh, this is a blowout. The humidity of Jacksonville, Alabama on an August Saturday night. You think UTEP's going to deal with that?
Hell, it's an altitude game, Mount Cheehaw over there, isn't it? They play on top of Cheehaw. Show being brought to you by our friends at Slice. Slice Pizza, great place to slide in and get a little lunch today. You can get in there, get that slice and a salad, 2 slices and a salad, or whatever else you want off that Slice menu.
Yeah, local pizza, local ingredients, created by the Bajalia brothers. 4 great locations: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevalin, now Crestline Park. They've got that great takeout special, 7 nights a week. You get the 12 wings, half pan of the salad, 2 of the specialty pizzas. For more information on our friends at Slice, go online, check out that menu, slicebirmingham.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the next round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
need to lose a little weight in your finger to put your wedding ring back on, our friends at Way to Wellness can help jumpstart that weight loss here as we get into summer of 2023. Leslie, her board-certified team over there, they put up with me on a weekly basis. And, God loves them for putting up with me every day in my fluctuating weight. But as I wake up today at 192.6, I'll tell you that when we left Louisville, Brown, do you remember my weight when we left Louisville?
You know, Jim,
at the NCAA tournament?
I'm going to say I don't, but I think it was 216.38.
I would go 201.3.
I'll go 246.
It was 206. You guys were very close.
206.438.
Yeah, as we woke up the day after eating deep fried chicken at 1 in the morning.
Boy, that was good chicken, though.
Yeah.
When he gets in the bed, it's just like.
Damn, so you're one of those that you can gain weight like after you eat lunch, you got it at dinner, right?
Oh my goodness, it just lays on me. But my friends at Way to Wellness, a board-certified team over there, can help you lose that weight. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, and that'll take you to the Way to Wellness site. You'll find out how no plan is the same. Everyone is specifically designed for you. No cookie-cutter plan. There's no contracts. You're not tied into this if you don't like it when you start it. There's no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation to sort of learn about Way to Wellness before you even have to come out of pocket for any of the money. It's the best thing I ever did years ago to help control my blood pressure and my cholesterol. They literally saved my life, and they continue to do that every day right now with our friends at Way to Wellness. Go to their website at planforme.com, planforme.com. Later in the show, Andy Kennedy is in studio with us. The final hour of the show, AK will be with us. Corey is next with us on the phones this morning. Corey, welcome in, man. How you doing?
Very, very good. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Corey.
Speaking of Andy Kennedy, I'm interested to wondering, what do you think of Andy Kennedy's roster? And the guys that he got that's incredible. This is a very talented roster that he has, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens this upcoming season. I'm excited. The guys that he got out of the the JUCO rankings, and the SEC and the ACC, and he's got some guys this year.
Well, he did this last year too, and he's able to pick some guys who get playing time off of SEC squads, which his time at Ole Miss has got him tied into that vein of recruiting. And you get a guy like Barry Dunning Jr. from a guy that Musselman really liked at Arkansas coming in. You got some players back, but
when we were talking about Will Shaver the other day, a buddy of mine texted me and said, "Hey, Shaver's a great pickup, but I'm friends with Dunning's dad. This kid can play."
Dunning's a player. He's my favorite of the pickup. Shaver's got the body, 6'10", just doesn't have the collegiate experience yet. He did it at Oak Mountain, so he's sort of the back end of that pickup there. But we'll talk to Andy about that class coming up at 12:20 today in the final hour of what he's done in this portal. But Andy, when he joins us during the basketball season, he knows the state of where UAB is and the state of college basketball right now. I gave it to you the other day. I think it was 4 teams in Division I that didn't lose anybody in the portal. So that tells you how many players are out there. And that's how you got to make your living now in the portal. And that's what Andy does to restock UAB. They'll be good. Remember, they're moving to the American. So the competition also steps up a little bit there. I will tell you this. There's still some good portal people out there. Caleb Love did not get into Michigan because some of his transfer credits couldn't make it through Michigan's admissions.
I mean, he was transferring from where?
North Carolina.
Who values their education.
Yeah. They do.
That was interesting to me.
Education.
Yeah, no, but people say that one day they'll be in the Big Ten because of like-minded institutions when it comes to academics.
Now, keep in mind, they have, in our lifetime, been busted for basically being a diploma mill, but whatever.
Right. But in their basketball program.
I will guarantee you the talent of Caleb Love. People that saw that, I saw it early this morning on the ticker. Other coaches are going to be like, let's find a way to get him in.
Well, he picked Michigan over his home state of Missouri. So Missouri's in the mix, but the new leader right now appears to be Indiana, who has a great player back. They've done some damage in recruiting and in the portal. And if you add Caleb Love, that Hoosier team could be very good in the Big Ten next year. But there's still one guy I'm watching, and I think May 31st is the date that you have to pull out of the NBA draft. I think it's May 31st coming up here. But Julian Phillips is still going through the draft process, and he's the Tennessee player that I still think ends up at Auburn. I think eventually he'll pull out of the process and end up at Auburn. That's another big guy. Caleb Love's there. Arthur Kalem, I don't know where he's going to end up, but he's big. He's still going through the draft process. And of the top 100 portal people, Alabama got Aaron Estrada, who's 23rd, and Latrell Wrightsell, who's 99th of the top 100 portal players. Auburn got Denver Jones, who's 41st. Other than that, all those other portal moves within our state are outside the top 100. But Julian Phillips would be a top 10 guy. Caleb Love's a top 10 guy. Arthur Kellam's a top 20 guy. So still some big portal guys out there. So this portal thing's not done yet, or coming back out of the NBA process.
How frustrated do you think Juwan Howard was, though, with his administration?
Oh, you got to work with him.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, do you think Jim Harbaugh would face the same thing?
Well, here's a little thing that's going on with Juwan Howard. There is a big buzz out there that he is sooner rather than later going back to be an NBA head coach.
Yeah.
I think there are Michigan fans that would be completely fine with that.
But it makes you wonder, doesn't it, if there has been a little bit of a falling out there? I mean, because seriously, if Jim Harbaugh, I don't know what the college football equivalent of Caleb Love is. Sam Hartman, I don't think would be a good comparison.
Love.
Give me a quarterback is he better than Peyton Thorne? Is he better than?
Yeah, he's better than Peyton Thorne.
Sam Hartman's a good one because.
Yeah, but Sam Hartman's really good. But anyway, let's just use Sam Hartman. If Sam Hartman wanted to transfer to Michigan, and I know he's coming from Wake, but look, North Carolina's thought of as a really good academic institution. Do you think Harbaugh has to fight this same battle that Juwan Howard has to fight? Do you think there's any way Michigan would have said, don't know about these classes, Mr. Quarterback, that could potentially win us a national championship?
I know it's not a problem. People that care about football, it's not a problem in those schools.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I think they do care about football in Michigan.
They do. And that's why I'm asking the question. I just want
they care about basketball.
They do too.
Yeah.
That's why this is so surprising to me.
Yeah. By the way, if you're gonna leave college and go back to the NBA for an opening, now's pretty good. Detroit's open. Hello, right there in the state. Toronto's open. Philadelphia's open. Phoenix is open, and of course Milwaukee's is open right now. And you see who Milwaukee interviewed yesterday: Houston head coach Kelvin Sampson.
I had a Bucks fan last night at trivia asking me about that.
What would you feel about that?
I don't know. The NBA is so weird. Eric Spoelstra is an example of a guy that can really coach, and he makes a difference. We saw it again last night. Joe Mazzulla was just completely outcoached.
Okay, we'll get to that game and the details coming up. But he is a guy that did you think when he began coaching in Miami that he would be what he turned into be?
No, he looked like a guy because he went from video coordinator to head coach, and it looked like a guy that he was Riley's boy, basically.
Right.
And it felt like they were saying anybody can coach these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, who can't coach LeBron, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh to a world championship, right? We can put our old video guy and he can coach him. Just give him the job. We don't have to pay this guy that much.
But to LT's point, he's turned into one of the better X's and O coaches maybe in the history of the game.
Yeah,
very well
outside
respected.
of Popovich, he might be most people's number 2.
Yeah, very well respected. I'm so blown away by that. Because that was my image of him, is like, this is Riley doing one for his guy. Riley's still the puppet master here.
Yeah, anyway, so Kelvin Sampson, I was going to bring up the point that I don't know how important coaches are necessarily in the NBA at times.
Clearly they are, though.
Yeah. But I think Kelvin Sampson's obviously a guy that can coach.
232-74 at Houston, which is a remarkable record.
But Budenholzer was a good coach.
Well, it's getting to be like college football used to be. I mean, these guys get fired quick. The 3 that have gotten fired this year, I think all have had the best record in the NBA at one point over the last 3 years. And they've all been fired.
But remember, Kelvin Sampson, who has a checkered past with the NCAA back before there was NIL, had to spend a little time away from college basketball. So where was he?
NBA.
He was NBA assistant from 2008 through 2014, one of those stops in Milwaukee, so he's familiar with the organization. It's a good roster to inherit there if you end up with the Bucks.
Not only that, I mean, you think about the 3 teams that you named 5, but 3, the Bucks, the Suns, and the Sixers, those teams are ready to win championships. I mean, you've got enough there. I mean, obviously the Bucks just won theirs.
When do you have a chance to take an NBA head coaching job of a playoff ready team? That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, with a leap. So you've got Embiid, who's your reigning MVP at Philadelphia. You've got Giannis, who was an MVP just 4 years ago, won a championship 3 years ago with Milwaukee. And then you've got both Booker and Durant sitting there in Phoenix.
We'll jump into what happened last night. Eric Spoelstra doing to Boston what the last team did to Boston. They won the first game, and it's not over with, but a big win last night for Miami after LT tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap. Time to block those gutters, get them cleaned out one last time, and then put that cap on it.
Yeah, see, last thing you want to do is get the dangerous ladder out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Don't ever clean the gutters again. Cap it, don't snap it. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2212. Or go online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Down 9 at the half, and Miami comes back to win. What were they? Were they an 8-point underdog last night?
I laid the 8, too.
8-point underdog, 123-116. Miami comes back. It was a big third quarter of points, and Boston just got shut down in the second half. They couldn't get the offense going.
Well, it was embarrassing. I mean, Miami trails at 9 before going out and getting a franchise playoff record, 46 points in the third quarter. Missoula did not take one timeout during that entire third quarter.
Second row coach.
He was waiting to hand a whiteboard to somebody.
Second row coach.
And, we talked to Furman yesterday, and I asked him the total on the player total for points for Jason Tatum. He says 29. Well, he hit 30. I mean, Tatum has a good game, but problem is, didn't take a shot in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
How
can it happen?
I really don't know. And, the weird thing about Boston, who was a heavy favorite in this series, I think they were minus 600, they're only 4-4 in the postseason at home. And you look, the Nuggets hosting Game 2 tonight of the Western Conference Finals, they're 7-0 at home. And on the other side, your one seed, Boston, is 4-4.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gifted by playing an 8 seed. But it's not your normal 8 seed because here comes playoff Jimmy. Jimmy Butler, unbelievable.
I was about to ask, is this the best basketball we've ever seen him play? In this playoffs?
It's close. I mean, right now he is averaging. It's his 5th game with 30 or more points this postseason.
Yeah.
He also had 7 assists, 6 steals, 5 rebounds.
His career regular season average is 18 points a game. I would have thought higher for him. But that's his career average, 18 points a game. And he's playing like this in the postseason.
Yeah, 35 last night. He was incredible. Yeah. But again, it was that third period, man. 46-25. You can't give up a 46 spot in a period.
You can't.
25 or more points from Jimmy Butler. They're 7-0 this postseason, Miami. When he gets 25 or more. He had 35 points last night. But he also had 7 assists, 6 steals, and 5 rebounds. The last people to do that,
I think there was only one person that did it.
No, it's only happened. 3 people have done it 4 times.
Okay.
35, 7, 6, and 5 or better. MJ twice.
Okay.
Gary Payton, who's pretty good defensively once, and a guy named Rick Barry, better known as the Logo.
Wow.
Right? No, Jerry West.
Yeah,
is the
Jerry
logo.
West.
Jerry West.
Rick
Logo.
Barry, not the better known as not the Logo.
The granny free throw shooter is what Rick Barry is.
Barry, really good. But Jordan was the only one like Jimmy Butler that did it on the road.
Yeah.
Oh, on the road.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, that's an impressive line right there.
I'm really surprised the glove is in there. I just don't remember him scoring that many points. Maybe I just remember incorrectly.
Oh, he was so good. I mean,
no, he was really good. I'm just saying that's a lot of points.
As, maybe the best defender when it comes to a point guard of all time. But, yeah, he could do absolutely everything.
No, I just don't remember scoring that many points.
When Gary Payton was outside, was it Sean Kemp that was inside on those Sonic teams?
Detlef Schrempf was out there too, wasn't he?
Yeah, those were really
good.
Those
were great Sonic teams. Yeah.
So 1-0 Miami up on
but
Boston.
I still think Boston wins the series.
Well, that's the way it was with Philadelphia. They got behind, and Boston came back to win this thing. Lakers in Denver go Game 2 tonight with Denver up 1-0, 7:30 on ESPN as the Western Conference Finals crank up. If Denver wins tonight, how do you feel about the Lakers?
Great.
Is it must win for the Lakers?
I think it's pretty important. I mean, we saw Golden State.
Let me do my Nate Oates impersonation. Ready?
Okay,
is it must win tonight for the Lakers?
I'm not going to say it's must win because we saw Golden State the first round against Sacramento get down 0-2. But this seems like a game the Lakers really, really need. And you just wonder right now where LeBron and AD are going to be minutes wise tonight. You know, is fatigue going to be a problem? Because we talk about altitude games. This is legitimate, and especially when the Nuggets push the pace.
Brown is the altitude expert. You said even before game one that you thought they'd have a better chance to win game two because they'd be more acclimated.
That's right. I mean, because I'm assuming they got out there Monday, then you play game two Tuesday. If I'm Darvin Ham, I give them as much rest as I can yesterday. And then if they're going to be acclimatized at all, it would be today, you know, after as much time as they spent there. So I thought they had a better chance today. Now, I don't know that the climate was what beat them last time, because LeBron and AD were really good. They just had no answer for Jokic. And you can play at sea level or at 5,200 feet. That guy's still really good, man. It doesn't matter where you play him.
I forget, where did you do your undergrad pre-med?
I was at Jacksonville State Medical School, Jim.
Okay.
Very well respected. Playing a week zero game, so well respected.
I do think that the Lakers, obviously their offense or their defense was terrible in the first half, but Denver's was just as bad in the second half. But
That's why a lot of people are saying that the Lakers should take something from game two, because they outscored them in the second half. I know that sounds like a loser stat, but they felt like they found a little something on offense.
Well, and on defense too. Rui Hachimura, who they picked up, you know, in the trade deadline, he's a guy that was on Jokic in the fourth quarter, and Jokic was 0 for 2. So I'm sure that's what Darvin Ham probably will go out with. I think Vanderbilt's going to get a bigger role tonight, but Anthony Davis is going to have to be fantastic.
I mean, they think, Dunaway, that whole altitude thing matters. I mean, they've literally got the altitude on the free throw stripe.
That you really want the other folks to think about the altitude when they come to town. Right?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, they've got the number right there at the free throw stripe. When you're standing in the lane and you're looking back at the free throw shooter, in your vision on the court is the altitude number. I mean, they obviously think that gets in the opponent's head for some reason.
I would make announcements during the. Remember, for your safety, take a moment to breathe deeply now. We are at a dangerous altitude of 1 mile, a mile high.
It is
Do
really
you feel
interesting
it in your lungs right now?
How different you feel when you exercise or just do anything that exerts yourself in altitude cities.
I didn't think it was. I used to scoff at that until I went skiing in Colorado. And, buddy, I'm telling you, it's a thing.
It is a thing.
You climb a flight of stairs and you're just white.
Well, I saw so many people. I remember they warned us the first time we went out to it wasn't Park City. It was Vail. And when we went to Vail, this is with Dick Broadcasting, my first year at Jocks. They said, just don't drink a ton because you'll get altitude sickness. I didn't really listen to them, but there was like
shocker.
There was like 3 people on our flight that like they didn't come out of their rooms for the first day because they drank too much.
If you watch any of those documentaries on climbing Mount Everest, when they get when they get above that certain level where your brain starts to shut down because it doesn't get enough oxygen,
right?
I mean, they go crazy quick, man. I mean, it goes in a hurry. Like people just start they get the altitude sickness and they just start going nuts.
You know how we get words to songs wrong?
Yeah.
Early on in the high gravity beer transition in America, we started to get those in different places. The beer craze of
they drank pretty good.
The 90s and the early 2000s. Before Fat Tire was served locally, it was only out west. Fort Collins is I think where it's brewed, and I get confused. They would high gravity beers. I called them high altitude beers, and I just thought it was beers that were brewed in high altitude areas.
Just give me another one.
And they captured the altitude in the can.
I was like, you got to be careful. It's one of those high altitude beers.
Right.
And I was like, those will get you those high altitude beers.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Pritch Law is right. Fat Tire is not a high gravity.
He said altitude, guys.
Yeah,
high altitude. It is high altitude.
All right, here we go. We get to basketball again tonight. Game 2 with the Lakers and the Broncos. When we come back, another one of those lists, 20 best cities to live in America. I got a list for you coming up. See if we can get one south of the Mason-Dixon line that some of these folks up north think's a great place to live. Here's a hint. There is one at least. south of the Mason-Dixon line. We'll get that for you coming up. 100 days from college football. As the show's being brought to you today by our friends at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. It's the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. This is the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The good news is that you carry over what you learned from Wednesday to Thursday.
Guess what Lance just did? Guess what Lance just did?
You tried that hot sauce again.
Yep,
100%.
You got to try it just to see if it burns again.
Yeah, see if it goes
See,
down
the first
twice.
bullet hurt. I bet the second one doesn't.
It's a good taste. I mean,
it's a good taste, but then you sit here and you hurt for the whole segment?
No, I'll be fine.
You'll be fine. We'll get to the best cities to live in America, according to a recent study. But first, let me tell you about one of the best companies in America. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been taking care of you, starting with the pest control back in the day and the termite bonds, the termite protection. So important, right? The pest control, termite protection. And it's grown to other things like the Wayne's Lawn Care Service, which we've all used up here. When you have that plush backyard to enjoy the spring and summer, and also their mosquito protection. So you can get out in the spring and summer and not have to worry about those pesky mosquitoes. You can get all of that by calling Wayne's at 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, or go to the website callwaynes.com. But we want to save you money. And this isn't just for the new customers. This is for existing customers. Even if you've been with Wayne's all 50 years, you can get a savings right now by using our promo code TNR. TNR, the promo code, save $50, $100, $150 as you stack those services together right now by going to the website callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com and putting that promo code in, TNR, and then pick those services that you want there. Whether it's the lawn care service, mosquito, pest, or termite, Waynes can take care of you. Promo code TNR, callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES-1. All right, so usually when you're doing studies for the best cities to live in, you end up with a lot of coastal cities, right? You get a lot of coastal cities or mountain cities or things like that.
Clean, crime-free.
Yeah, I mean, those are things I like, yeah.
Crime-free. I mean, what else are you looking for when it comes to cities?
Well, I mean, climate matters. I don't want a bunch of snow. Really, I don't want any snow, to be honest with you. I know the kids love it. I hate to be that parent, but I don't ever want it to snow where I live.
Well, I mean, we were talking yesterday about NFL cities. At first, you were like, I wouldn't want to live in Vegas if I was an NFL player.
It's funny. Somebody brought that up last night at trivia. And they were like, by the time you got done, there was only 4 cities that I think were in front of Vegas.
Yes. That's right. Vegas ended up being in your top 5.
But it was in the AFC Championship game.
Well, this is from U.S. News and World Report. It's their annual list of best cities to live in.
I think cost of living is huge, too.
Yeah, I agree with Lance.
Quality of life and value, buying a home, things like that, crime, the ability to succeed, get jobs, well-paying jobs.
All those
that kind
things
of
matter, yep.
All that matters. So the top 20 cities in the U.S., number 1 is Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Oh, let's move on to something else.
Number 1 is Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Who would want to live in Green Bay, Wisconsin?
I'm going to take it back because yesterday I said I would rather have Vegas than Green Bay. I'm going to go Green Bay based on this list.
Why, Lance? It snows all the time.
There's
Why
got to
would
be
you want to live up
if
there?
they're putting this thing at number 1, there's got to be something to it.
All right, let me give you just average temperatures.
Can I get to the meat of the story, though? First?
I'd rather do this.
Number 2 on the list is Huntsville, Alabama.
All right, I know Huntsville.
Second best city. Number 3, Raleigh, Durham, Boulder, and Sarasota, Florida are top 5 cities. Throw in Naples, Florida, Portland, Maine, which I've always heard nice things about, Charlotte, North Carolina, Colorado Springs, Colorado, Fayetteville, Arkansas is at number 10.
I've heard good things about Fayetteville. I've never really been there.
Madison, who you're looking forward to going to, Madison, Wisconsin, 11. Boise, Idaho, which I've heard a lot of good things about, number 12. San Jose, California. Is that the first California? Yeah, 13. California, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Melbourne, Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, Albany, New York, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That's where our girl Ashley is, right? What listens and watches over there?
Charleston.
She's in Charleston. Is Myrtle Beach close to Charleston?
I mean, they're both in South Carolina,
Des Moines, Idaho, and Grand Rapids, Michigan. That's a very different, diverse list there.
I don't really trust it.
I think it's a rat list.
Yeah, terrible list.
Wow, okay, a rat list from U.S. News and World Report.
Do you know you get snow in 7 of the 12 months in Green Bay, Wisconsin? Do you know in Green Bay, Wisconsin, the average temperature in January is 27. That's your average. In February, it's 30. In March, it's 42. In April, it's 55.
Well, I got to tell you, we get snow in 7 months in this state. We don't consistently.
Lance, this is annually.
Okay.
It snows all the time.
One of our worst snows ever was in April.
Well, it was. That was.
But it was backed up by us not having any snow in November, December, January, February, March.
Yeah, they get snow 7 months a year. There's no way Green Bay, Wisconsin is number 1 on this list. It's trash.
Data comes from the U.S. Census Bureau, the FBI, the U.S. Department of Labor, and the U.S. News Internal Resources.
Well, let me do one. Fort Worth, Texas. What's the most? I would put it number 1. Fort Worth, Texas.
No, you
liked
wouldn't.
it. Well, yeah, I liked Fort Worth.
You liked it.
Well, I did.
Keep going. What's number 2?
Orange Beach.
Number 2.
Florida, is that a state?
I like Orange Beach and the whole panhandle there. I'd just probably go like.
You'd live there. You'd live there.
That's over a lot of places, yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. I'd rather live there than Kabul, but still, I mean, you're saying the top 10 cities to live in.
I'd put Nashville. Nashville is going to be number 3 for me.
You'd live in Nashville.
I would go Franklin.
Yeah, I'd go Franklin, but that's Metro Nashville, so I'm going to lump it in right there.
I would go Franklin. I think Bozeman, Montana would be on my list.
I've never been to Bozeman.
Winters are going to be cold.
Yep.
But you just lock it up for the winter.
Yeah, I'd never been to Bozeman, so I don't know about that. I would go. Trying to think of other places. I mean, Birmingham's going to be
Is
very
money an
I love
issue,
Birmingham.
or does it matter?
I'm just doing the same thing on this in your mind. Cost of living, weather, all these things.
Fort Worth was
you have
the
a
most.
job. You have a job offer in Orange Beach. That's where you got to live. You taking that job
I
offer?
don't want to necessarily live in Orange Beach.
Yeah.
Now, if money was not a factor and you could just throw me in Alice Beach, I'd do that.
Yeah.
See, I've never been to Green Bay.
I don't want to go.
I haven't
I'd
either.
go to a football
I
game
do want to
there.
go to a game there.
Yeah. Is that Green Bay right there, Rockstar?
That is Green Bay.
I mean, that's
Look how
the
that green that bay is.
I know. I mean,
They
that
got
water's
a little party
filthy.
on, a little hotel party.
I mean, that is the one nice day of the year they get. That's why they're all outside, because they're like, oh my God, the sun came out and it's above 60. Let's go outside, everybody. And
Let's get the boats out.
Let's
Let's
get
get
the
the
boats
yachts
out.
out.
And then it snows the rest of the time. There's zero chance I'd want to live in Green Bay.
I mean, what is the biggest building? 7 stories?
Yeah.
It's the 8th least expensive city to live in.
Well, that's because nobody wants to live there. It snows all the time.
8th cheapest place to live.
Yeah.
7th best place to retire.
Yep.
Top 10 things. It's going to be Packers game's going to be number 1, right?
Kevin's
What's
right.
that other than Packers?
Kevin's right. Greenville, South Carolina would be on my list. Greenville's a very nice town. I like that town.
Never
I like,
been.
I like
Would
Greenville,
Asheville,
South
North Carolina be on your
Asheville,
list?
North Carolina would absolutely be on my list. Beautiful town. I like Asheville.
Gatlinburg?
Gatlinburg's a little touristy for me. Yeah, I'm going to pass on Gatlinburg. The Titanic sank there.
Because they have the display.
They just left it where it sank.
Titanic Museum.
Wait, they've got a beach amusement park in Green Bay?
Well, I mean, you get to enjoy it 4 days out of the year, but yeah.
Individual tickets, 25 cents.
Well, I mean,
Most rides are under $1. Wait, what?
Hey, well,
How
you
good
pull
are
this
the
from the
rides?
20s?
it really does not add up, Rockstar.
They haven't increased their pricing since 1909.
Well, I mean, who's going to go? They can't price it too much.
Oh,
Is
there's
Scotty even here?
This is a zip and pippin, huh?
Michael would like to have seen a little bit more of him.
That looks like it's made out of toothpicks.
I think his ex-wife is taking over the title of the Zip and Pip.
Hey, now Tommy is right. Asheville, North Carolina is a super beautiful city. I've been there many times. Their food scene is really great, but it's a crunchy town, man.
Oh, yeah.
Super crunchy.
Yeah, boy. They'll smoke weed on a park
Hey,
bench.
no doubt. That's all you smell, man. All you smell is weed in that town, but it's a gorgeous town. I like it. Robert's right. Fairhope, Alabama, great town. I put Fairhope on my list.
Jay Thomas, Green Bay is in summer is fabulous. It's great. Asheville is super beautiful. Zipping ain't easy, Lucia says.
Tommy says I'd last a day in Asheville.
I swear to you that I think Fort Worth was the most surprising city I've ever visited. Like, everybody talks about Dallas, and you think Fort Worth's just the redheaded stepchild. Fort Worth's way better than Dallas. Way better. I like Fort Worth much better.
Okay. You get your hotel next time we're there for the bowl game. Get your hotel over in Fort Worth. LT and I will stay in the Big D.
What is everything? Where's everything going on?
Well, usually in Dallas.
Well, then why would I stay in Fort Worth?
Because you love it so much.
It's much better than Dallas.
Don't come in here talking bad about Dallas, man. Dallas is great.
Fort Worth's better.
No, again, stay there next time.
Have you ever been to Fort Worth?
I have not.
I don't know why you have to be so snooty
Did we,
about
did
it.
we walk past Fort Worth?
No.
I have heard
Because
that
we
Fort
walked for a
Worth-
mile that time we were there.
I've heard it's fun.
Fort
Kevin,
Worth's a good town.
the thing that amazed me about Asheville is every homeless person had a pet.
Yeah.
Boy, I feel bad for those pets.
I mean, it's a crunchy town. There ain't no doubt, but it's beautiful, and they got a really good food scene. I've had some good restaurants in Nashville. Yeah, I like that area.
Do you think in that situation the pet is helping? Like that's like a.
I think the pet is a stray, and it's
no,
just.
I think it's an emotional support situation.
It's probably flipped around that pet's walking around with a emotional support human at that point.
No, the pet's only there because it's getting food.
Yeah.
If the pet weren't getting food, it'd go somewhere else. Yeah.
It's probably teaching that person how to survive out in the wild.
Probably so. Yeah.
Here's what we need to do today, dude. Come this way.
Yeah,
Let me walk you.
First of all, we're going to eat anything, right? That's where we start.
Top of the hour here. When we come back, we'll get to some of your questions 100 days out from the start of the college football season, some of the big storylines out there for you. As we get closer to that, the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Adam and Chad, they want to take care of that cooling system right off the bat.
Well, they came out yesterday for me because I had what they described was 5 gallons of lint in my dryer hose. Yeah,
That's not good, man.
That's a huge fire risk. You know how lucky you are to be alive?
Well, here's the thing.
Hey, take advantage of the second chance, Lance.
Is this what we're doing now?
Is that the
Head to
first?
Fort Worth.
Is that
Just do it.
Is that the first time you've ever had it cleaned?
Probably
5 gallons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He asked me, he was like, do you know where, what is it called? The hose that hacks?
The vent comes out.
Yeah. He was like, does it go to the garage or out? And I was like, you asking the wrong guy. I've only been in this.
You know what Lance is doing?
I've only been in this house 11 years. I got no idea what you're talking about.
It comes out somewhere?
But they came out so quick, did the job. Our friends, though, at Hemphill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, who I got off the phone with again this morning. Guys at Hemphill Services, they want to make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Andrew says, I'll stay here in Cape Cod. I always liked, if you're on a Cape anything usually sounds pretty good.
Yeah, you got good chips, good potato chips.
Too cold up there. I think they get snow.
At Cape Cod?
I think.
7 months out of the year,
Well,
Brian?
I don't think it's 7 months out of the year, but I think it gets cold enough for
Well,
snow.
people would say Birmingham gets tornadoes.
Well, we do.
That's only like 4 months. So.
Yeah, and it's nice weather when we don't get them.
So if you'd have taken how many gallons of lint?
5.
5 gallons of lint, set it in a pile, and threw a match on it, how big of a... it goes up quick, right?
Yeah.
Burns.
Like a spark. Spark from your dryer.
Some people, I've seen people do this. They save old
lint balls,
toilet tissue rolls, and they stuff the lint in there, and they use it like for fire starter in their it's kindling. Yeah.
I kept pushing too. So what I would do is, I had a new nickname for my dryer. It was MFer, and I'd kick it, but then I would restart it, and then it would go out in 5 minutes, and I'd restart it. So I kept like pushing the envelope with this thing.
Poor guy.
I just bought it in October. The thing is now, appliances are pieces of shit. That's why they want you to buy the extended warranty, because they know it's going to break within 3 years. And I never wanted to buy the extended warranty, but now you have to buy the extended warranty.
Please put this on our list to talk about, because Daniel says, Brett, Dave, Daniel, they'd love TNR to come up to a live show in Huntsville. It's now the second best city in America to live in. So
yeah, we'll do it.
A live show in Huntsville. We've got to get that on the calendar.
Already been talking about
before football season. Here we go. This is the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New hour of the show now, hour number 2. Big story today is that we're 100 days out of the start of the college football season, but also other things going on. NBA playoffs continue. Miami beating Boston last night. PGA Championship is underway. TV coverage starts at noon, the main coverage on ESPN. Anything happening? Anything cooking on the leaderboard early, Brownie, up at Oak Hill where they had a frost delay?
Yeah, that's the big thing. They had a frost delay that's delayed things by several hours. Kazuki Higa from Japan.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, I know y'all didn't think he was from Walker County. He is 4 under par through 7 holes. He's got a 3-shot lead. You didn't have him in DraftKings?
I unfortunately did not, Brown. I would, would you suggest flipping around and taking him if you could?
I think I'd hold. I think I'd hold what you got. I bet you this guy fights to make the cut. Emiliano Grillo is 1 under par. That ties him with Ryan Fox, K.H. Lee, Harold Varner III, Scott Stalling, Zach Johnson, Kurt Kitayama, and Justin Thomas, and John Rahm now, and Luke Donald now in second place.
All right. That list is growing there. Brown will keep us updated on that. Other than that, we got SEC baseball cranking back up tonight. Last week of the regular season, we're all out at the Hoover Met next week for the SEC baseball tournament. Ole Miss and Alabama tonight. Alabama's won both SEC series since they changed coaches. They're 5-2 under the interim coach, 6 o'clock tonight. But Auburn's the team that has been the hottest in the SEC. They're up to number 19 in the country. They start their final regular season at home tonight against Missouri, 6 o'clock. They have, they're the only team in the SEC to have won their series 4 straight weekends in a row. They're the only team in the SEC. And remember, some of those were against number 2 South Carolina, number 1 LSU. Nobody hotter than Auburn baseball right now as we get ready for the postseason there. All right, back to college football we go here on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag.
Hey, Buster is coming up a little bit later on. He's brought to you each week by mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you sign up at mybookie.ag. You get a sign-up bonus up to $1,000. It's very simple. Let me give you a math problem that even my Sachs High School Jacksonville State brain can understand. Deposit $200. Play with $300 instantly. That's how it works. It is yours, and it is yours right away. You bet it one time, it is yours for life. That's mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round. These NBA playoffs continuing. Major League Baseball, you can bet on those games. They've already got some college football lines up. If you want to take a look at some of those and start formulating a plan. Whether you're a diehard or just a casual, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than right there at mybookie.ag. Code next round to get that sign-on deposit bonus at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round.
We'll get to some of your big questions over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room throughout the rest of the show, and those that are sending them on Instagram and on Twitter. Remember to like and subscribe on all the platforms when you get there. Thumbs up wherever it's applicable as well.
Wherever it applies.
Wherever it applies.
Yeah, it's right there on YouTube.
But the Pac-12 announced something yesterday. I want to get your thoughts on this. The Pac-12 says that in their broadcast starting this year, they're going to have in-game interviews with coaches, not just the halftime interviews or the pregame interviews.
And this is who? This is Fox?
This is the Pac-12.
Pac-12, okay.
And the Big 12 is expected to do the same thing. Now, this is very much like what you're getting in the USFL and the XFL and what you were getting in, the NBA. Sometimes at a timeout in the middle of the second quarter or third quarter, you'll get an interview with a coach. You get interviews with players in the USFL and the XFL. Well, the Pac-12 is trying to make their product a little bit better. They're also going to have pregame, halftime locker room cameras like we've seen in these spring leagues as well, where you hear and see the coaches talking to their players. Select players will be wired for sound during the pregame, and the coach's booth will have an extended handheld camera permission going on in the coach's booth. So they'll have a better shot of the, I don't know if you'll be able to hear, but you'll be able to have a better angle of what's going on with the coach's booth and some of the things going on there. Just some of the things they're adding for their ESPN and Fox broadcast of the Pac-12 this year. All this as they try to, make their product more marketable as they try to sell their TV deals to somewhere else. Do you guys like this? You don't like this? Do you think it will get to the level of SEC coaches doing
Here's what I would say. I like extra access. I really don't care about the in-coach interview during the game because they're never going to give you anything. They always seem kind of frustrated. They don't want to do it. Pac-12 has got bigger problems than this. Look, I know ESPN and Fox, they're gonna be more accessible, but you still got the Pac-12 network to deal with.
I like as much access as you. I love behind-the-scenes stuff. Like, I get hooked in on TikTok or, YouTube or whatever anytime I get something like behind the scenes.
But this isn't live. You're talking about after it's been recorded.
Yeah. But I'm getting to it. Yeah. But
produced
yes,
and put out later.
Right,
that kind of stuff.
Right. Anything that's behind the scenes. That's one reason, like, I never once watched an F1 race, but when they started that series on Netflix, I've since moved away from it. But when they started it, you were getting access. And I'm like, this is pretty cool. I liked the PGA Tour thing you saw. You saw a part of it. So this is what I'm about to say. It's going to sound a little contradictory, but if I get it in game like that, it just makes me feel like I'm watching a lesser product. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like I'm watching a gimmick.
No, I see what you're saying. If they're showing me a coach speaking to his team at halftime, he's up in the front and everybody's sitting down and the camera's there. And
I feel like, he's playing to the camera first
it's
of all.
reality TV. It's people that aren't used to being in that situation.
And it never looks like it's what it really is like.
No.
Like somebody can yell at their roommate in a kitchen over not putting the milk back in the refrigerator.
Right.
It looks like someone like Deion Sanders. Like, he can't be real. He can't be himself,
I
correct?
know.
He's not, what?
I think Deion will be fine.
Yeah.
But you see my point, like watching The Real World on MTV in the early days, it was like they went over the top trying to sensationalize all of these arguments and stuff.
Right.
And I think the coach speak is the same thing.
Yeah, and it's not even really that. It's the in-game stuff. I just feel like I'm watching a startup league when I do that. A startup league that has to do that kind of stuff, that is showing me a camera from the coach's booth, that is talking to a coach during the play. It just feels like a startup league.
And we're about to get to postseason of softball, which starts this weekend. But, after the third inning, much like in Major League Baseball, after the third or fourth inning, you'll get an interview with the coach going into the second half of the game, basically. And you get that in baseball, you get that in the softball. And those are usually pre-recorded. They're not live in the commercial break, and then they play them when they come back out. They do that in Major League Baseball all the time now. I just don't know if I want it in the SEC. I'm like you, Brent. I understand what the Pac-12 is trying to do and what the Big 12 will try to do. I just don't know if I necessarily want to be in the locker room and be able to hear Nick Saban or Hugh Freeze or Kirby Smart at halftime of the big games.
I'll tell you this. We coached, we were the media coaches for the Alabama 8 game. I think you've done it twice. I've done it once. You did a referee once.
Yeah,
I did the coaching one.
I coached twice, once with you, once before, and then refed one other time.
And I even mentioned this to Barrett Jones. He got a kick out of me mentioning this. Like, the halftime locker room for Alabama was not at all what I expected. I don't know about you guys. Not at all what I expected. So the year we coached, Pete Golding was our defensive coordinator, and Mike Loxley was the head coach / offensive coordinator. And the team we coached had the Alabama locker room. The other team went to the visitor locker room. So we went in the Alabama locker room, and the defense went to one side, the offense went to the other side, and Nick Saban paced up and down with a big old chew in his mouth in the middle of the locker room. And they had, I was a little surprised it was so old school, but they had like overhead projectors. You remember that? And they were drawing up, and both coaches are just going 90-0 as loud as coaches normally talk. And it was kind of chaos in there.
And
honestly.
all the players are just smacking
Uncrustables and hammering Gatorade and, getting taped up or whatever. And both coaches are just, as quick as they can making the adjustments with their team. And it's very loud and was kind of chaotic. And then at some point, Nick Saban's like, all right, let's go. And then everybody gets up and he says something to them and they head out.
Yep.
It's nothing like I thought a locker room would look like at halftime. That's not what you're going to see. You're going to see the sanitized, the last 30 seconds of what the coach says.
The Nick Saban
That's
addressing
right.
the team view come out.
Yeah.
And it'll be a 30-second thing. It won't be a made-for-TV thing. We'll wait and see if that happens on those. But that's one of the things you're going to get this year in Pac-12 broadcast, and it looks like in Big 12 broadcast as well. More on our countdown to 100 days of football after Brownie tells us about our friends at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Well, what they want you to do, Dunaway, is get lost. They want everybody to get lost. Get lost to the great outdoors with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. The 2023 travel trailers start at just $179 a month. The fifth wheels at $439 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit. See the dealer for complete details at Johnston RV Center there. Obviously, the month of May, Memorial Day, is when we stop and remember those that paid the greatest sacrifice for our country. Johnston RV Center loves the military, and they honor them by giving them a discount. So all active and retired military personnel, ask about your discount at Johnston RV Center. They're going to take special care of you. You could see them in person, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online at johnstonrvcenter.com.
I don't know if Auburn fans thought Keon Coleman, the Michigan State wide receiver, was going to follow Peyton Thorne or not to Auburn, but he ends up going to Florida State. Another big addition there, Keon Coleman, who left East Lansing and is now at Florida State. Big receiver there for them. What is an interesting story that came out yesterday, Blake Corum, the running back that's returning to Michigan, was doing an interview on a Michigan platform, Wolverine platform. And it was a podcast where he was talking about his injury last year. And as he got the diagnosis and his recovery from injury, one of the nation's best running backs, Michigan, Jim Harbaugh gave him some advice that may surprise a lot of people. Jim Harbaugh told Blake Corum, you should get the surgery, start your rehab, and declare for the NFL draft. You should not come back another year at Michigan. Does that surprise anybody that I think most of the fans picture coaches being, trying to keep their best players from going to the next level as much as they can. But here's Jim Harbaugh, Corum says, he actually advised me to go to the NFL. It was me that wanted to come back. I wanted to come back.
Which normally I would hear that and I would like, well, there's a reason the coach wants him out of there. But, boy, you cannot imagine it in this situation, can you?
No. But you hear this about Calipari all the time, too, that Calipari, has told his players at Kentucky before, if you want to help me, you come back. If you want to help you and your family, you go to the NBA. That's always his advice. If you want to help me make millions, you come back.
Yeah.
If you want to make millions, you go to the NBA. Yeah. That's always been Calipari's advice.
I don't know what Blake Corum's speed is. He's kind of a Ray Rice build, short, stocky, 5'8", 200 pounds. He's a kid that had 2,500 yards over the last 2 years and 29 touchdowns. I mean, very, very productive. I don't know what the market is. I mean, we know, like, if you're an elite running back like a Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs, then you can go in the first round of the NFL draft.
But I mean, Detroit getting blasted for taking Jahmyr Gibbs where they did. So that shows you there's a thin line of where the NFL people think you should be going at running back.
Well, I think any running back that can play in the NFL, I think the best advice, probably 95% of the time or more, is get to the NFL as quick as you can. 3 years out of high school, once you're eligible, get to the NFL as quick as you can if you can play there. Because you might develop more in college. You might increase your draft status more in college, but you also put, another 100,000 miles on the odometer. And that's the key in the NFL is your shelf life is going to be so short when you get to the NFL. Don't put any more mileage on those tires than you have to. If you're NFL ready, I don't care if you're a third rounder and you might be a first rounder next year, go ahead and get in the league. And get started because you're probably, I guess if you're going to go for third round or first round, but that is such a huge unknown.
Do you guys remember the story? Blake Corum back in January had his camouflage wrap 2017 Camaro with his BC2 logo stolen from the parking garage?
I do remember this, yes.
I
Only
really
because
don't
it was
remember
camouflage
this.
wrapped, yeah.
Yeah, but he said that his parents used their, quote, hard-earned money on this. I would think the NIL would be paying for that.
Wow, it's only in 2017. I would think with the NIL, he could get better than
Yeah,
2017.
maybe. I've never seen a camo Camaro.
Well, remember when we did the story, we joked about it's going to be really hard to, drive that one after it being stolen and not pop for the police.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be pretty obvious that you're driving a stolen Camaro at that point.
Yeah, I think so too. Interesting there with Jim Harbaugh giving that advice for Blake Corum to go to the NFL, but he decides to come back as well. Texas A&M got some depth at the offensive line yesterday. Former four-star offensive lineman from Boston College, Finn Durstein is coming, 6'4", 316. He'll add depth to them at the offensive line position.
By the way, I like that camo that Scott is showing us better than normal camo. I had forgotten that it was the urban camo.
It looks like my Roback hoodie.
It does. I think you ought to do that to one of your cars, Lance.
I don't think I'm going to do that.
It's better looking than just normal camo.
Well, you have the sand camo and you have the jungle camo.
Yeah. I like the sand camo better.
Yeah, but that's the urban.
That's kind of the urban camo.
Yeah, you don't see
that's
our military.
the best one.
You don't see our military rolling around in that, right?
Not a ton. Sometimes they have to, though.
In urban warfare?
Yeah, in urban warfare, Jim. You got to blend in somewhere, right?
When we come back, Rockstar has our 4 downs today, and then we'll get back to our countdown to college football. Before 4 downs, though, Rockstar, I will tell you about a famous name, family, and a custody battle. Not really. It's not custody. What is it when you're fighting over the will? All the stuff
that's
left.
an estate battle.
Estate battle. It's
Yeah.
an estate battle. When we come back, right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for nonstop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Before LT tells us about our friends at Caldera, I will tell you that family custody battles, or not custody,
again,
estate battles are not very easy, especially when your last name is Presley. Elvis Presley's Lisa Marie's estate was up for grabs, and Priscilla was fighting to get some of it from Riley Keough, something like that. Graceland, the Elvis estate, but Lisa Marie had 2 life insurance policies. Do you want to take a guess at how much each one was worth?
I would say
I'll go
15 million.
I'll go $5 million apiece, $10 million total.
One was $25 million, and another was $10 million, and that was, both of was part of the estate. And then parts of Graceland and the Elvis estate. They ended up, before they go to court, they've reached an agreement there. So Priscilla and Riley, and I think Riley is a great-granddaughter or something like that.
Of Elvis or
of
Priscilla?
Elvis, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Priscilla's in the mix there. All of that from Lisa Marie's estate. There's still a lot of money in that Elvis estate.
But have they said how she died, like what the cause of death was?
I do not. Granddaughter, thank you, Lunsford. Not great-granddaughter, granddaughter. I did not. I never saw how she passed. But if you had to guess all the money that's tied up in Elvis's estate.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, well, who owns the rights to his music, Rockstar?
That I don't know, because the dude never wrote a song. I don't know Colonel Tom. I don't know what the deal is.
I never saw the movie, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I didn't either. And I've never been a huge fan, but I am fascinated about where all the money, how much money it is.
When she died, they said that she was making like thousands and thousands of dollars a month on his estate just from Graceland.
Yeah.
For her, I don't know how much, if she made more than Priscilla or what. And they said, because this was going to be a problem when she died. Like, once people start getting over this estate, who's it go to? Because she's got kids too.
Steven says Riley is an actress herself. Chris says the movie was solid, and Lunsford agrees with that.
Yeah, I've heard that from almost everybody.
But Elvis Enterprises would be memorabilia and all that stuff, you would assume?
Yeah, I would assume.
Do you think that
Graceland is the other part of the estate?
People fade. Do you think the Elvis thing will fade?
Well, I think that's why they're fighting. Priscilla and Riley both agreed that they do not want any of the details about their settlement or the amount of money they were talking about made public. So they've agreed to get that sealed in the court document to where that doesn't come out public. Because I feel like if you start seeing how much money is still being produced off of Elvis, that would start.
Yeah, there's still
it fading a little bit.
There's a lure, but it's like your grandparents. There was a thing like it's like the Beatles. It's gonna start where it's like the Graceland's gonna be like with less visitors every year.
But with like Marilyn Monroe, so she passed away obviously before Elvis. She's still this iconic figure. To me, it's faded a little bit. The difference, though, with the Beatles and with Elvis Presley is you've got music that is going to be immortalized.
Correct. But so if Marilyn Monroe had a house museum, do you think it'd be visited? Like, this is where she lived for 20 years.
Depends on what's in it.
I don't know, man. Graceland has just become like, if I ever go back to Memphis, and I've got no desire to go back to Memphis, but if I do, I would go back to Graceland.
So
I know you weren't impressed.
Elvis's last song was 40 years ago?
Well, he died in 77.
Okay, so yeah, roughly 45 years ago. All right, was his last song. So give me who was the most famous musical artist in the world 45 years before that. So that would have been in the late 20s.
Glenn Miller.
Yeah.
So I think there's your answer, right? I mean, Glenn Miller his stuff's recorded. He was the most influential musician in the late 20s, early 30s. You don't think twice about him right now.
But they didn't make a movie about Glenn Miller in 1977, and we are still making movies about Elvis in 2023 or 2022. So there's still something that is feeding that fire more than there was for Glenn Miller. And, the rock and roll thing from the post-50s, that keeps it alive a little bit more, too, as opposed to Glenn Miller's music wasn't still popular today as opposed to Elvis.
But if you did a Mount Rushmore, here we go again, rainy day topic, of just the biggest musical personalities of all time, Elvis 1,000%
He's easily
is
on
there.
it. Yeah.
And with that said, I don't know who else you guys would put on there.
Weird Al
whoever that is.
Yankovic.
Yeah. Those are ones that just aren't going to fade. I mean, they'll fade a little bit, but they're going to be around forever.
Just because of his importance to the beginning of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
So who else would you guys put on that, though?
Y'all have kids. Ask your kids, do they care, besides the movie, do they care anything about Elvis?
I disagree with you guys. I think Elvis will fade because the genre of music is already dated.
No, but
it'll be even more dated.
Kids saw the movie, liked the movie.
Yeah.
Do they have like, hey, do y'all want to go to Graceland this weekend? Would they be like, hell yeah?
Yeah, no, they wouldn't.
My daughter would, 100%. Layton would want to go to Graceland.
Is Will playing with me most overrated, Sinatra or Elvis? Because I've said both are overrated.
Yeah, who do you think's more overrated, though?
By far, Sinatra.
I mean, there's
Right time, right place, right?
There's a great example, though. I mean, how often do you hear his music? That was the biggest
both
act
of them,
alive.
Both of them have Sirius channels. Seriously Sinatra and then the Elvis channel, but I don't listen to any of them.
300 Sirius channels.
In fact, I get in the way when I'm trying to find the channels I want to listen to. If I could just skip over the Sinatra, Buffett, Elvis, and there's one other there I don't like either. Fish. If I could just skip over that little section.
Jam on.
Yeah.
So our boy Barkley, though, when he goes out and karaoke's, he does Sinatra.
Well, he does, but Charles is in his 60s. I mean, at some point, Charles' era is going to die away, and nobody will be doing Sinatra.
Think about your Mount Rushmore. We'll do that. We'll bring that back a little bit later in the show. Before we get to our four downs today, Caldera has got your face looking really good these days, man.
Well, thanks, Donaway. I used the product again this morning. I absolutely love the Caldera Lab products. Look, if you want that healthy-looking skin, I can give you the basics. You get good sleep, good diet, drink plenty of water. I'm one of three of those things, but I'm using the Caldera Lab products. It gives you that healthy skin. They're a new sponsor of the show, Caldera Lab. Here to get that skin summer ready. Backed by a leading clinical trial where 9 out of 10 men experienced healthier and visibly improved skin. Caldera Lab has the tools to keep your skin fresh and confident as the weather heats up this summer. Today we have an exclusive offer for the audience out there. You can try it for yourself and see why so many men trust Caldera Lab for their skincare needs. Use code TNR at calderalab.com for 20% off the best products. Caldera Lab creates high-performance men's skincare products by combining pharmaceutical-grade science along with nature's purest and most potent ingredients. I've been using their products for a few weeks, and I can tell a big difference. I absolutely love it. Had the products on set yesterday. I start with the Clean Slate, use the base layer, that bar. It's unbelievable stuff. Again, get 20% off with the code TNR at calderalab.com. That's 20% off calderalab.com by using code TNR. Take your skin to the next level this summer with Caldera Lab.
All right, a little day baseball going on today. First game goes at 11:35. It's Angels and Orioles in a getaway game. Get a little Tampa Bay and the Mets today at 12:10. By the way, the Mets got a win last night. Pete Alonso with a 3-run homer walk-off. In that contest.
Ray's pen was not good last night.
Yeah, they were not. Could not shut it down. But it is time for Four Downs today. On Thursday, Rockstar puts those together for us, and every day Four Downs is brought to you by our friends at Slice. 4 great locations, including the newest one, LT.
So what would you go with today?
Always Hot Mama for me.
Yeah, 2 slices of Hot Mama and a salad.
That's what I would do. If today is Thursday, the Spicy Hawaiian Day.
Ooh, I think it is.
I would go Spicy Hawaiian as 1 slice, and then I would get them to specially make me a Hot Mama.
Boy, both of those pizzas. Again, if you're looking for unique pizza that's got the best crust around, it's the best pizza out there. Stop into one of those 4 locations, Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. Go see the Bajalia Brothers. It's Slice.
First down.
What is something you regret doing as a young child?
I got to be honest, and this is going to sound weird coming from me, but not paying attention in school and not studying. Like what I've told my kids, you've got to be there and you can actually learn stuff by being there. And I think instead of like daydreaming and, staring at, the chick 3 rows over or whatever.
Staring?
I just should have studied more.
Yeah. Mine is, I frequently look back at things I said and as an adult now cringe. Like, I was a little bit of a smart aleck. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody,
Was?
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
As a kid, right? So
Okay.
that's past tense. So I was a little bit of a smart aleck and frequently was probably a little too precocious and said things I should not have said to adults.
Wow.
And was
Example?
I mean, nothing like salacious, Lance. I'm just like, just maybe trying to make a joke. And I look back on it now and I'm like, I probably was, for an 11-year-old, 12-year-old, I probably should have been saying that to an adult.
I can't wait for this one.
I have one of the worst, most uncomfortable jokes I've ever done in my life that I think about constantly. I can't say it on the air, but it's really uncomfortable. It was really, really bad.
Me too.
Where? When?
I was playing at a surprise party for somebody I didn't know, like a 40th, but this is probably 10, 15 years ago, for a 40th birthday party at a house. And I said, anyway, mine, I can't say the joke.
No, you just made me think of mine too, and I cringe. I mean, my skin crawls when I think
it's
about
bad.
it.
But I was playing as a kid. I was probably 7 years old, and I had a little styrofoam baseball bat, and I was obsessed with Van Damme, and I was playing with myself, or as my wife says, playing by myself.
Right. Wait, Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Oh yeah, I loved his movies. So what I did was I was going to do a trick. I threw my bat in the air, and I was going to kick it. Like in midair, and so I kicked this little styrofoam bat. It nailed the shit out of a window and broke the window. Half the pain broke, and my parents weren't home, so I immediately and I went upstairs and got my GI Joes and acted I was playing. Nobody was home, so I just went ahead and started acting. They came home, and I didn't tell them. I think I covered it up with something. The cat came in through that window because it cut the hell out of its side.
Oh crap!
Yeah,
rock star.
And
did the cat bleed out?
Yeah, it didn't bleed out, but she lived like 15 years after that. And I remember going my parents came in, I was like, bro, I don't know. The window
damn
was just
cat
broken.
broke the window.
And she's bleeding. We got to go to the vet. So I regret that. That's something that I think of a lot.
Are they hearing it for the first time right now? Or
No, I told them. I think they knew when they were like, well, you're home alone and the window's broken.
Did you play by yourself as much as Dunaway?
Yeah, I did. Oh, I probably did more than Dunaway.
God, if we'd have been friends,
Yeah,
we could have played by
could have
ourselves at different locations.
We would have been
You
back
still
to back.
aren't.
Yeah,
we would have been back to back.
And it's too serious here, but I would have spent more nights in home with mom and dad instead of with my grandparents. I basically lived with my grandparents from a certain age on, and not that I regret being around Pop and Nanny, but I'd been with mom and dad a lot more.
Was that your decision though?
Yeah. I mean, they were. It's not like we were.
Were they softer on you or something?
It wasn't like we were. Oh, my grandmother.
They're the east wing of the trailer.
We were probably not even a mile apart. So it wasn't like I couldn't see them or didn't see them. But
so you could hear the dinner bell when they rang it.
But my grandmother treated me like I was, treated me better than the Royal Street Prince Harry. Let me just tell you that. I wouldn't have to get up at that house. She'd cook me food and bring it to me.
I think Prince William's the one they treat well.
That's what I'm saying. Treat me better
Harry
than Prince
just-
Harry,
so
who they
you-
don't treat well.
You blew off your parents just where somebody would serve you.
Well, I mean, that's not why I did it, but it was nice.
God, in the irony now, Maggie ain't gonna do it for you.
No, not at all.
Second, at least you got the treatment early.
Just let them know early. Just let them know right here that
Those damn bowls, and they're layered. That's
right.
like,
I mean, that's crazy.
So I make these bowls every day now. And the first time LT saw one, he was like, "God, who made that for you?" And I said, "Well, I made it myself." And he was like, "Of course you did."
But I'll tell you what, man. I told Dunaway he brings one every day now, and he eats it all through the show. And I told him I'm blown away at how much time he spends on the presentation. It looks like something you get in a restaurant.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Well, it's a
Man,
little
it's blackberries. I bet
mean,
you
it's
use
crazy.
the same
Like,
amount, the same number every day.
It's a little thin today because I didn't get by and buy the ingredients for it. So
I mean,
no blueberries, just blackberries today. No bananas. So I'm one layer short.
And I guarantee in the mud puddle, you only saw blackberries in a World Encyclopedia, right?
Oh no, blackberries! I'd pick them off the vines walking in the woods by myself. I never bought them at the store.
Are those safe to eat?
I hope so.
I didn't do anything to you.
Second down.
Probably made my hair fall out.
what are you currently obsessed with?
TikTok.
I would agree.
Not in the state of Montana. Passed yesterday.
Yeah.
Montana banned TikTok.
Does it snow up there?
It does.
Never gonna live there.
Never gonna live there.
For me, it's the jalapeno margarita at Taco Mama.
Those are good.
I had two again last night when I went in there for dinner, and it's just I can't explain, but with the spicy salt rim, they are delicious. But yeah, I'm addicted.
Sadly for me, it's probably golf. I never thought I'd be that guy where I would want to play it as often as I do.
Sadly.
Yeah, but I think
it's a happy thing.
Again, I'm not good, Brown plays.
You got to get your 10,000 hours in,
others
man.
because they're good. I enjoy it just because, I got a couple of old guys who, we go out and we, shoot the crap with. Some great friends who own golf courses, spend some time with them, but basically just to be outside and, spend the time doing something instead of working as much as I used to do. So I finally did what Brown told me I should do years ago.
Thanks for listening.
Is stop working your life away. And
that's right.
But golf is it right now. And I what's funny is people like Woody was asking me the other night, how many times do I go to the driving range? That would be 0.
Yeah.
I don't do anything to get better.
Well, you should.
At my craft, I am 0.
No, but if you're happy just playing, you're never going to be good.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Good approach.
And I don't really get mad on the golf course because some famous person said, you don't care enough to get mad because you don't go practice. Right?
I've always tried
These britches need to be shat in.
I've always tried to think about this, Dunaway. This was told to me by someone when I was a little younger who probably didn't know I wasn't actually going to work for a living.
Because on the golf course is where the only time I ever see your temper flare up.
I was about to say, have you ever played with somebody that throws a club?
Is on the golf course and
Madden.
That's about it on the Madden at the golf course.
Yeah, this was.
I barely touched it. God, you guys overreact.
This had nothing to do with that. I was told by somebody. And by the way, Lance criticizing somebody's temper is the highest of comedy. I was told by someone.
When's the last time you saw me lose my temper, though?
God, Lance.
No, I'm just asking. When's the last time?
Lance, you had a shotgun out over a video game one time.
Right.
But when's the last time he's asking?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I have taken steps to make sure that I don't lose my
Well,
temper anymore.
but what you like to do is bring up me throwing a club.
I've never seen it.
Exactly. That's the point.
But I asked him, though.
Dunaway, you can't trust anything he says. He overblows everything.
Who, me?
Yeah.
But he didn't tell me he threw it just once. He was talking about multiple times.
Yeah. You've seen me throw a club how many times?
I've seen you throw a club back towards the cart once or twice.
That's right. I do that. Yeah. When you're done with a club, you throw it over by the
But
cart.
you've done it with anger, though. A couple
I
of times.
have, but
you've hit a
Taylor,
tee
we
marker
got some
before.
content for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I used to have meltdowns, and I'm not afraid to say that. I used to beat the shit out of my steering wheel in traffic.
What's your dryer's name?
I had a meltdown when we
literally
first
just talked
moved
about
up here.
kicking your dryer and calling it an MFer. It's a dryer.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, LT. Do you ever get mad when you're logging on your computer and it doesn't sync up to the internet quick here?
Yeah, a little bit, but I don't go nuts like I used to.
No, you've gotten much better about that. And I like to point that out.
Up here, everyone does an impersonation of everyone else's flukes up
They
here.
really do. It's the worst thing we do.
And I don't think we rarely do it in front of people's faces.
Right.
Like I'm sure you guys imitate me about things or say things about me when I'm not in the room.
No.
We have a separate thread that you're not on.
Yeah, it would not shock me. It would not shock me. But somebody the other day did an impersonation of you shutting your upper left-hand drawer.
It's every day.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, because it sticks.
Yeah.
And I'm going to guess it was Rockstar.
No,
I'm not in
it was not.
I'm not in there.
I didn't even know what I was getting to.
What are you obsessed with?
What are you obsessed with?
Yeah,
No,
the
TikTok.
jalapeno
No,
one?
I've already answered mine. I was
What are
following
you
up with
obsessed
something.
with?
We got interrupted.
What did you say, Dunaway? Oh, golf.
Golf, yeah.
What about you, Rocky?
I guess my kid, because I don't do anything but stuff with my kid now. Everything is involved with my kid. I don't have a TV show I'm watching. I don't have a hobby right now. I'm working and playing, and then with my kid. So I'm very boring.
Third down.
Which comes to an amazing question: what is the best/worst pasta shape?
I like pretty much all pasta. I would say the very best. I think I like the penne the best.
Is that the tubular one?
Yeah, it's the tube. Yeah.
I like the penne. I like the ravioli. I like angel hair. I like linguine.
Angel hair is my favorite.
Yeah, linguine.
To me, angel hair is my least favorite. It's the thin,
Yeah.
stringy. Yeah, least favorite.
I think that's probably my least favorite. Bow tie. My wife makes this terrific dish with bow tie pasta.
Love the bow tie.
Which makes me like bow tie.
See, I don't really like bow tie.
It's too thick like that.
Yeah.
Not in the middle.
And the panceri, it's the longer tubes, but they're really big.
Yeah.
I don't really like those.
No.
But let me
It's
tell
too
you.
much noodle.
Let me fight for the bow tie, and bow tie is the worst. Chris, let me fight for the bow tie real quick. The bow tie is really big, yes, but that means if you do it right, you can get a lot of sauce on that bow tie as you shovel it in your mouth. that angel hair, you're basically it's that thin pasta. You can't really get a good sauce on it. You get more. You either get the pasta or you get the sauce.
I don't like
the
a
bow
thick,
tie.
I also don't like a thick spaghetti noodle.
Yeah, the
like one
only
of those
way you
big
do
ones.
a bow tie, and there's a good deli around here that's got it. It's the pesto bow tie,
can't
and
stand
so it's
pesto.
I'm not a fan of
it
that.
softens it up.
I like pesto.
I just
Yeah, that's
there's this
good.
bow tie dish that my wife makes. It makes me like bow tie. Gnocchi, does gnocchi count as pasta?
Yeah,
It's
it does.
potato. I don't like it really.
Gnocchi.
Yeah, gnocchi.
Yeah, I've never really
I
cared
love
for
it.
gnocchi.
Yeah. Well, all it is basically dough. I mean, it is considered a pasta, but
I'm a Lunsford. It's probably fusilli. I don't know what the purpose of fusilli is. It seems like they made that so kids would eat it.
Yeah, I don't like the fusilli.
Yeah.
The ziti.
Ziti, I'm all right with.
Yeah, that's tubular too, right?
Yeah.
Or is that?
It's tube.
Yeah.
I like it
Fourth
all.
down.
I like all the pastas.
What historical figure would have had a popular OnlyFans page? Mine, I had to pull up a picture. It's a notorious picture. When Marilyn Monroe was going on, there was Jane Mansfield.
Yeah.
Of course, Marilyn Monroe, but Jane Mansfield was considered like the slutty version of Marilyn Monroe. She had big breasts and blonde hair. She had a really tiny waist. And there's a famous picture of her at an award show with Sophia Loren. And Sophia Loren is... That is
boy,
awesome.
she's cutting them eyes,
I
isn't
mean,
she?
is pissed at the new generation. So I think Jane Mansfield would be
that
a
was
huge
good.
follow.
What about Cleopatra?
That was who I thought of.
I only saw Rome. That was a Cleopatra that looked pretty good. Now she had really, really short hair, but
Have you seen what they think she really looked like, though?
Probably not attractive.
well, just Google me a
Yeah,
Cleopatra.
Google what
Liz
they think
Taylor
Cleopatra looked
was a
like.
good-looking Cleopatra. The chick in Rome was a cute Cleopatra.
Yeah, see, what I'm thinking, LT, is that we've Hollywood Cleopatra, real
There's no doubt.
Cleopatra.
Now, but I am going to point out that they basically fought a war over her. I want to point out. Now, maybe women look better or worse. I mean, different back in the day.
Well, she's got a hook.
But they...
She does. That's how she hooked him in.
It literally led to a war, Dunaway. I know it's undefeated. This time it led to a war. So, I mean, there was something there.
But we don't know if she was like reigning Miss Egypt back then.
Could have been.
If she was the best looking woman on the planet at that time.
So it's like one of the Bosa brothers.
Or I should say best looking person on the planet at that time.
Yes.
Give me another Cleopatra.
Well, I mean, we don't know that that's
historically
legit.
what they think she looked
But
like.
that's
I
what
don't
they think
think
she
so.
looked like.
I think that's what one person thinks she looks like.
Okay, well, let's go to another one. Go to, there you go.
Oh, not that one. My God.
I think that's what they think she looked like.
That's what people looked like back then.
That could have been the best looking woman in the world. They fought a war over Lance. She had to be pretty good looking.
They were probably just happy that she occasionally, bathed in milk.
Yeah. Shaved her legs. She had a lot of power. Power makes people look better.
Yep. See, you love the Hollywood version of Cleopatra.
That's right.
Well, who doesn't, in a way? Want that banged up version of Cleopatra?
Somebody says she looks like Andy Pettit.
That's a bad look.
Yeah. When we were in Taco Mama last night, me and Bobby McGee came on, and I was talking to the kids about that song and Janis Joplin, and I was like, she might be the ugliest woman ever.
What's great,
And so I
that
had
shows that you have, that's what's incredible to me at Janis Joplin, that she had talent back then, that she was not attractive, but she had
Oh,
that
yeah.
voice
She could make
where,
it,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
that you could turn, like, for a woman, that's incredible.
Yeah, that song, almost 50 years old or over than 50 years. But pull Janis Joplin. Do you guys remember how bad she looks?
I mean, but that's what's, to Rockstar's point, Lance, is like every one of these country music girls that I listen to.
Yeah,
that
the
have
Megan
hits, they
Maroney.
all-
I didn't know who she was until I Googled her, and I was like, damn, she's right there
Hey,
with
she's-
Kelsey Ballerini.
But she's really good. That's what's crazy. It's not just the looks, but they're all good looking now. Like Lainey Wilson, Megan
Wait,
Maroney.
They look better than that?
A little bit, yeah.
And that's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Got to get to a break here. Got to get to the top of the hour. Slice Pizza, those 4 great locations.
Yeah, stop in for lunch or dinner. Go see the Bajalia Brothers. As Dunaway said, 4 great locations for lunch or dinner. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Our guest lineup, Buster Olney at 12 noon. Andy Kennedy in studio with us after that. That's all in the final hour of the show. Until then, we're counting down to the start of the college football season right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Back with you on the next round, we will talk about the Bleacher Report's projection of who will win each conference this year in college football in just a second, 100 days away. In the American Conference, an interesting race there this year. They call it a 4-team race. UAB is not one of those. But we'll talk about that football race for each conference in just a second after I tell you about the fine folks at Legacy who've been supporting UAB athletics now for 60 years. It's Legacy. You can get more details about everything they offer at legacycreditunion.com. Their everyday checking is something you could be excited about. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early with your direct deposit. More details at legacycreditunion.com on that everyday checking. And that includes an instant issue debit card as well, which will help you. And they've got these things called the lifestyle loan. The lifestyle loan at Legacy can be used for unexpected medical expenses. If you want to update your backyard, maybe you want to put in a pool, maybe you want to take that dream vacation, maybe to Italy or out to Hawaii, wherever that dream vacation is for you. You can do that with a lifestyle loan with Legacy. No collateral required. They have affordable low rates and a lot more at legacycreditunion.com for details, legacycreditunion.com. And I've told you Legacy is a proud supporter of UAB athletics, including the Legacy Pavilion, which is the facility that the UAB football team practices in. Legacy Plaza is located outside of Protective Stadium, which is the home of UAB football. Dedicated to service to the education and healthcare industry right here in Birmingham for 60 years is our friends at Legacy. Get more details online today at legacycreditunion.com. Legacycreditunion.com, federally insured by the NCUA, and you have the easy code there. Just screenshot that with your phone there. Just hit on that, and it'll take you to the legacycreditunion.com with that QR code. All right, Bleacher Report projecting the champion of every conference. They think the American comes down to a 4-team race. UAB not one of them. They say it comes down to, in alphabetical order, Memphis, SMU, Tulane, and UTSA. If you're projecting a winner
UTSA.
in that conference, UTSA with Frank Harris back.
Yeah, Frank Harris back. I think you've got 10 starters on that offense. Jeff Traylor's a hell of a coach. Tulane was a great story last year, but I think UTSA is going to be that team this year.
Tulane keeping Michael Pratt, it's usually a lot of people thought he'd hit the portal, so you at least get your quarterback back. I think I would probably go UTSA in that one as well, though.
Bleacher Report goes UTSA as well. In the ACC, alphabetical order, Clemson or Florida State, they think it's a two-team race. So amazing no love for Drake May in North Carolina, or what Cristobal is trying to build in Miami in this conversation. I'll make one point about Louisville as you're starting to maybe bet your overs and unders. If you'll pull up Louisville's schedule, Brownie, and I'm sure this is the last year before they change their scheduling model, maybe, I don't know. But if you look at Louisville, I don't think they have Clemson, Florida State, North Carolina, or Miami. They don't have.
They do play Notre Dame.
They play Notre Dame, but that doesn't count in your conference standings.
It does not.
Who's their conference games? I mean, listen to this. I think Louisville can be unbeaten in the ACC in the regular season.
Georgia Tech, Boston College, at NC State. Lance will tell you there'll be a dog there, and they will.
Yeah, they will.
At Pitt, Duke.
There'll be a dog at Pitt.
Virginia Tech, Virginia, at Miami.
Okay.
That's a pretty easy ACC schedule.
So they avoid Clemson, Florida State, and North Carolina, the three best quarterbacks in the league, three best situations in the league. NC State and Duke is a tough game. Pitt's a tough game. NC State's a tough game. But Louisville could easily be in the ACC championship game.
I'll tell you what.
And maybe not be one of the three best teams in the league.
I'll give you 2-1. They don't go undefeated. In the ACC schedule.
No, I'm not going to take that.
First
I'm just
year
saying, a little dark horse.
Man, first year for Jeff Brom, too. I mean, it depends on what you think about Jeff Brom as a coach. There have been times where I thought he was a really good coach. And 1 minute, he was the hottest coaching name in America. But that is a very manageable ACC schedule.
They say it comes down to Clemson and Florida State. Bleacher Report takes Clemson. We'll do the rest of the conferences when we come back and have more conversation about the top 100 teams in college football as well. Again, basketball tonight, Lakers and Denver. LT will be sending out a play later on at the Lance Taylor, 7:30 on ESPN for that one. You said earlier you're back on the Lakers. You must-win game, not a must-win game for the Lakers?
It's close. I mean, they get in an 0-2 hole.
They would need at that point. They would need to win the next two, right? At home when they get to LA,
they'd have to. Yeah,
they would really need to win the next three, and then it comes down to 6 or 7.
Yeah, you got to find a win in Denver. Yeah,
yeah.
Tough place to play.
This is close to must win.
Close to must win tonight.
They're a 5.5-point underdog. Lakers will come to play tonight.
Lakers will come to play
tonight.
Need
a fast start, and don't let Denver dictate the tempo. Lakers defense is a lead in half court. Lakers defense, when they're in transition, is not good. You saw it the other night.
You're planning your evening around being able to be in front of the TV and watch this, right?
Yep.
It's been a while since he could say that about the Lakers.
Yeah,
until we
I'll
got
go
to the postseason.
Early, and I did this last night, 5 o'clock dinner last night because of trivia. But I'll do a 5 o'clock dinner tonight, and by 7:30, I'll be in front of the TV.
All right. Greg from Pell City wants to help you out. More football in a second. He's excited about the upcoming football season as well, and he wants to go ahead and help you get your roof inspected before football season gets here. Maybe it's time for you to get a new roof or a new half roof or repair some places up on your roof. Take care of that right now over the next 100 days before it's football season. Greg from Pell City will get up on your roof for a free, no-cost roof inspection. He works fantastic with insurance companies. That's going to help you as well when it comes time to file a claim with those insurance companies. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. He and his wife own the company, locally owned for over 20 years now. Just go to Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can contact him there or call this number, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. It's Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. That free no-cost roof inspection is waiting right now. If you call him up, 205-542-3531. It is Storm Restoration Roofing.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back to college football in a second. One interesting thing coming out of the NFL schedule release. You guys know on Thanksgiving every year, the Lions and the Cowboys are host teams every Thanksgiving. They fill those in. The New York Jets has said they're hosting the first ever Black Friday game, and they have told the NFL offices, if you want to make it a permanent game, we would love, like you do with the Lions and Cowboys, to be a Black Friday host team. We would love to host a Black Friday game from now moving forward.
I wonder why.
The Jets organization. Well, I mean, I think it's a perfect weekend to do that if you're the Jets.
You know, I wonder if this is at play. That counts as their Thursday night game. I wonder if they do that to try to avoid having to play a Thursday night game.
Oh, so that would count as a Thursday night game.
Well, it does because Miami and the Jets don't play another Thursday night game. So I think that was their Thursday night game because the Thursday night game that week is on NBC because it's the Thanksgiving game.
Right.
And the Black Friday game is Amazon's Thursday night game moved to Black Friday.
So for the Lions and Lions and Cowboys for hosting, they never have to do a Thursday night game?
I don't think so. I think that counts as their Thursday night game every year, if I'm not mistaken.
But I'm
I don't
okay.
think I don't think they do another one.
I'm okay if they want. I guess they're going to wait and see what the ratings are first, if they're going to lock into a Black Friday game. But we know it's the NFL and it's going to be huge probably. I think it's pretty cool that the Jets said we want to do like what Detroit does and Dallas does on Thanksgiving. we'll take the permanent home game on Black Friday. I don't know if anybody else will balk at that, saying, wait. We'd love to have Black Friday game too at some point.
I mean, I would imagine that game's very well attended. The vast majority of people are off on Black Friday, and I think you're looking – it's still a big shopping day, so I think you'll find a lot of men.
Well, that is the ironic thing is like the shopping capital of America is New York City.
Yeah, I think you got a lot of men that are like, hey, I can send her shopping. I can go to a Jets game. I am all in. Let me go.
You do have a lot of tourists who are in town already, though, for that Thanksgiving weekend, Macy's Day Parade. You know, I don't know how many people travel for Macy's, but – that's a big deal up there on Thanksgiving.
That's one
Day.
of the worst crowds I've ever dealt with is Jets fans.
So you went to a game at the old Meadowlands, or was it the
I
new
did.
one?
Yeah,
I thought you said that about Saints fans. Do you ever have a good road experience in the NFL?
Yeah. Falcons fans are fine. Dolphins fans were fine.
Oh, fantastic. We won the game too. You remember?
Trying to think who else. Rams fans are terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when you guys are on the road? Is there a reason why the Saints and Jets fans hate you guys? Because y'all are sucky fans?
That's got nothing to do. It's just Jets and Saints fans. More so Jets fans. Jets fans are like, we rode a bus back to the city from the Meadowlands, and there was this one guy with a Kurt Warner jersey on. And I didn't have any gear because I don't wear gear to games, or I've started to a little bit. I used to not because of this. But these two Jets fans and the Rams whipped the dick out of them. I don't know if you guys remember this game, though, but it was Trung Candidate actually started for Marshall Faulk.
I don't remember that.
No, I don't remember that.
He went off. But it was the really good 2001 team that went 14-2, went to a Super Bowl and lost to Tom Brady. But this guy him and his buddy start chirping at this guy that's wearing a Kurt Warner jersey, and he's got like his wife or his girlfriend with him, and they were relentless. Like they were getting really, really personal. And I'll give the guy credit. He bit his tongue, and I don't know how he did, because in that situation, most people would just
would have said something back.
I tell you
probably would take an ass whooping. But it wasn't that. Then everybody started to pile on, and I just noticed at the game they were yelling nonstop at people. I mean, I think all fan bases are.
Every Barstool, every
every
week
weekend,
they feed us fan fights in NFL stadiums everywhere.
But anytime the Dolphins come to Atlanta or Nashville, I go see them, and I wear something with Dolphins on it. I have never had one issue at all. In fact, just the opposite. I've been treated quite well. Especially in Nashville. That's where I've really had the best experiences.
Yeah, Titans fans are fine.
Yeah, Titans fans I've never had an issue with, and the Dolphins have lost the games I've been to up there. But from what I see on stuff like that, I don't think I would go to many other places wearing opposing gear. Like,
it's just not worth it sometimes.
It really isn't. And
I get too out of hand, and I'm one of those emotional guys when it comes to the Rams, especially, that I'm going to bark back. And, what good comes out of that? You get your teeth knocked out, or you knock somebody's teeth out.
It's a much better product on TV, by the way. The NFL, it amazes me that they sell out stadiums, because you go and you miss so much. I mean, that early slate of the NFL is so entertaining, and if you go to one of the games, you miss it all.
You should never brag about something you've almost done. But, and this is it's honest to goodness, I did this. It's not just, I'm not playing it up here, but Tampa Bay plays December 10th in Atlanta. So, my StubHub is up and cooking now, because my friends at ATIX helped me with Taylor Swift. So I was looking at ticket prices while I was talking to Steve and them. And I thought about it last night, just to go ahead and buy 2 tickets and take Forrester to the Bucks-Falcons game on December 10th.
Don't buy them now. By December 10th, you guys will be out of the playoffs. They'll be out of the playoffs, and you'll be able to walk up and pick one off the ground.
So off the ground.
Let's see if it works today, Scott.
So hey, it was on the 20-yard line, row 5, for $120 a piece, and I thought, man, what a great day. I wonder if Forrester really would go with me. Would you have gone with me?
Nope.
He said he would have gone. Damn, Mike.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, can we get that looked at today?
You would have gone.
Let's make a note of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I would hold out. You almost got it, because I know this happened for you a couple of years ago. So we'll be in town for the SEC Championship, more than likely. It's the first December Saturday.
That was this past weekend. That's the first weekend.
Yeah, so that would be the second.
Yeah.
So this one will be the third.
But last year I got the Bucks. I stayed over an extra day and went to Tom Brady's.
Missed it by one Sunday.
It's easy for me to say. I don't know that I'd go see the Dolphins if they came to Atlanta every year. I think I would, but you're very fortunate that your team comes that close every year.
But it's on a bad trend of always happening in December.
So y'all are always getting the December road game.
I never missed the Rams in Atlanta or New Orleans. I went to those games every single time, and I still go when they're at either one of those places.
Yeah, I've never been to the Dolphins game in New Orleans. Anytime, for whatever reason, I've had a conflict, but I go as much as I can Atlanta and Tennessee. I've never seen them in Miami. We've discussed that before.
Fortunately, we've got New Orleans. We play New Orleans a lot.
Yeah,
we've
you
got
do.
them in L.A., but I've seen the Rams in New Orleans last year and in 2018.
Tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill as we get back to college football.
Hey,
LT.
not only are they offering a great deal on the $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call, our friends at Hemp Hill want to remind you they're actually hiring right now. Any plumbers out there, HVAC techs, they can call to schedule an interview. It's really simple. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys, 205-229-2090. Again, looking for plumbers, HVAC techs. That's our friends at Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer.
Bleacher Report with their prediction of every college conference race this year, 100 days out from the start of college football week 0. We gave you UTSA projected winners in the American over Tulane, SMU, and Memphis there. Some of you in the chat room said, check out what SMU and Rhett Lashley have done in the portal. Watch out for them. They project Clemson in the ACC over Florida State. Not a lot of love for North Carolina. I pointed out that Louisville has a really good chance of being 7-1, 8-0 in conference play in the ACC and maybe stealing a spot from Florida State. No, who's in their division? Well, no, it's there's no divisions this year, right?
I think so, yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean, we had the tiebreakers yesterday.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big
Because I was
Ten.
going to say Louisville would have no shot if it was that, but I would take Clemson as well.
Big Ten is up to the one we haven't done yet. Those are the ones we've done already. They say it's between 3 teams this year.
Yep.
Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State. Where are you guys going?
I am going to take Ohio State. Look, Michigan winning back-to-back, I mean, a ton of pressure now on Ryan Day, and that game is in Ann Arbor. They've also got to go to Wisconsin. They got to go to Notre Dame. I mean, their schedule is not the easiest, and they've got Penn State at home. I think Ohio State goes 11-1. I don't know if that's good enough, but I'm going to go Ohio State.
I think I'll go Ohio State as well. I mean, it is so hard to break yourself of that brand, isn't it? Because Michigan has owned that rivalry the last 2 years and has been the better of the two teams. Even though Ohio State did make the playoffs last year, Michigan's been the better team for 2 straight years, but it is just hard to give up on that brand. So I'm still going to go Ohio State.
I would go Ohio State, too. They go Michigan, which would be 3 in a row.
I mean, I'm not going to argue. I mean, how can you argue with that, right? I mean, and what Michigan's got coming back at both quarterback and running back, and again, they have owned that rivalry the last 2 years. So I'm not going to sit here and argue about Michigan.
Listening to Danny and Dusty this morning on Sirius XM on my drive in, they had Bud Elliott on, and he says in the Big 12, it's again, betting odds are going to be all over the place for this conference race.
But I think it comes down to 2 teams. TCU is out. They're not going to have. I mean, they lost way too much, and it was a magical year. You saw some of the games they were able to pull out of their ass late. But to me, it comes down to 2 teams. Kansas State, who I've been hyping up, team that won the Big 12 last year, and I think it does come down to Texas. I think Texas finally has that full roster. And when you look at Kansas State, they're out of conference. They should be completely fine there. Difficult games at Oak State, at Texas Tech, and it comes down to November 4th, K-State in Austin against Texas. I think winner of that game, guess you would get the rematch too, but I think the winner of that game wins the regular season, and then we'll see what happens conference championship. I would go Kansas State, though.
You would go Kansas State. Bud Elliott thought it came down to Texas and Oklahoma. He made some cases for Kansas State and Texas Tech as far as some longer odds if you were going to place a bet on get some value in your pick to win it all, but he doesn't think the betting favorites will be Texas and Oklahoma.
Oh, sure. And look, Oklahoma coming off that 6-7, Brown. I don't know what to do with Oklahoma. I've got to see it before I believe it under Brent Venables. But I'll say this, ironically, Kansas State has had Oklahoma's number over the last few years. They don't get Oklahoma this year. And it's almost like if I'm Chris Kleiman, can I trade Texas out for Oklahoma?
Well, it just feels weird, doesn't it, saying that Kansas State doesn't get Oklahoma? I'm so accustomed to the Big 12 playing each other.
The round robin that they don't have anymore because
Right.
the 4 new teams are in. They went Texas.
Again, I mean, you pointed out how close Texas was yesterday.
Yeah, 8-4, and their 4
and it
losses
was
all
18
one
total,
possession games.
18 total points, right? And their 4 losses.
Yeah, look, Texas is going to be right there, and they are going to be your favorites.
In Conference
Yeah,
USA.
real quick, Daniel asked Texas Tech is a sleeper. Yeah. I don't know that they can win the conference. I like that guy. I like Joey McGuire as a coach. I think he's a good football coach.
Known for Texas high school football
That's right.
for a long, long time,
Yeah.
and an assistant. He's taken over that program.
But
and they're supposed to be pretty good back, right? They got some transfer depth at quarterback.
Yeah. And I tell you what, and this doesn't apply to the Big 12, but they play a major non-conference game for them. Could be a statement game for them week 2 when Oregon comes to Lubbock. And, I mean, that is a very winnable game for Texas Tech. I think Oregon should be the better team. But that's a winnable game for Texas Tech.
I think Texas Tech will win that game.
You think they'll win it?
That's
Huh?
a statement game, in fact.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
You
it
beat
is.
Oregon.
You will Tech be favored in that, you think?
No, Oregon will be a 3-point favorite. Who do you like in that game?
Well, we've done a ton of stakes, but I like Oregon in that game right now. Yeah.
I'll take it with no points. I'll take Texas Tech straight up.
Well, let's get through this topic here first, and maybe we'll do it a little bit later on.
Nothing says
only
100
on
days.
his time.
Nothing
Only
says
on his
100
time.
days to college football like a stake bet on a game.
I've already given you I took Jack State, giving you 3.5 to a team that's been in the Conference USA for years.
You're the one that brought that up, though. I don't ever go, oh, Dunaway, we're in the middle of a segment. Jesus Christ, what are we doing here?
Yesterday, I did 2 stake bets with you yesterday, including 2 for 1 on your Lakers.
Again, I'm not the only one that instigates these things.
No. But Conference USA, that Western Kentucky, a lot of people.
Easy. Austin Reed was going to be in the portal, came back out. Malachi Corley, we talked about
Liberty's
him.
in that league now, though, too.
I still would take Western Kentucky. Who's the Liberty's coach? Why am I forgetting this?
It is the guy that was at Coastal Carolina, and I cannot say his name right now. Jimmy Chadwell.
Oh, so he is at Liberty now.
Yeah, he went to Liberty.
You could have pulled me on that. I couldn't have done it.
Yep.
The MAC, which has fallen way off over the years, Toledo picked to win that there. To the Mountain West, they've got Boise State back on top out in the Mountain West. Fresno State's been good recently, but they think Boise ascends back to the top of that league. San Diego State's been good.
Yeah, I would. It's one of those two teams. I mean, both teams were 10-4 last year, but it's either Boise or Fresno. I probably would play Boise.
James Madison's in the Sun Belt. Last year, South Alabama was good, but it was Troy's year. They think Troy gets it again.
I mean, again, I got no problem with that. I thought John Summerall did a tremendous job, obviously, with that team last year. I've got no problem with that pick.
Really good conference, though.
Yeah, it is.
James Madison will be good. 2 more to go here. After I tell you that this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. When we get to football season and those tailgates crank back up, whether you're going to a high school game on Friday or to a college game on Saturday or wanting some food to watch the NFL on Sunday, Champy's, it makes it easy for you. Just go to champy'schicken.com, champy'schicken.com. Check out the menu, order ahead, go through the quick pickup line, never get out of your car, and you can be on your way at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those Mississippi Delta tamales and so much more. It's champy'schicken.com. Pac-12. USC is the pick to win it there. Who's close to USC?
Well, I think there are 3 other teams. Utah is the team that has won. They've played in 3 consecutive Pac-12 championships, so they've won the South. I know there's going to be no divisions this year, I don't think, right? Or even if there is. So Utah will be right there. Oregon, Washington. You've got 4 legitimate teams that could be in a college football playoff from this conference. USC's got Utah at home. Utah cannot win in the Coliseum. Now, they finally broke that streak 2 years ago, but that was an awful, awful Trojans team before Lincoln Riley took over last year. I think it comes down to November 11th in Eugene against Oregon, USC at Oregon. But I think USC wins conference.
I think I would take USC right now. I think Lance has got the right teams there, obviously, with Washington, Oregon, Utah. I mean, I think Oregon State a potential sleeper team. I like what Jonathan Smith has done there, but I don't see anybody beating USC for that title. I mean, they would lose a game, but for the title.
UCLA is interesting in where they are. They've got a big 5-star quarterback that should take over eventually after DTR is gone there. But that's the same teams mentioned there. They do like USC. It's funny you think Oregon could contend, but you don't think they win at Texas Tech. But in that league, which seems to be better than it's been the last 5 years, you don't think Oregon can beat Texas Tech, but they can contend with the likes of Utah and USC.
I just think it's one of those weird games, and I would equate Texas Tech to UCLA talent-wise, probably. But, playing on the road in the Rose Bowl is not a given for Oregon.
And when the Bleacher Report gets to the SEC, and this is where we are in college football, they say Georgia is the champion. And the bigger question in the league is who wins the West in the last year of the West. it's a foregone conclusion. They think Georgia is going to be your SEC champion. And I know on this set we don't necessarily agree with that. We think the West champion could do it. But they find it more fascinating on whether or not it's LSU again or if Alabama can once again claim the title in the West. And they give a little nod to Ole Miss and Texas A&M as potential rosters that could make it interesting in the West, but that it's Georgia's league, and the question is who can challenge them as the West champion. That's where we are now in the SEC.
Yeah. See, I've convinced myself LSU is going to win the SEC, and there's a good chance they win the national championship this year. But the difficulty is, we've said this all along, it comes down to Alabama, LSU, and Bryant-Denny. Unless Alabama can, like they did last year, find 2 losses in the regular season. And I could see at A&M the first week of October being a loss for Alabama.
Okay.
And then I could see it come down to Alabama beats LSU, and then it comes down to the final weekend where Alabama goes to Auburn. And by then, I think Auburn's going to be a dangerous team. So I think it could come down, the West could come down to that Iron Bowl on whether or not Alabama goes or LSU goes.
Yeah. Or with that scenario on that last weekend, is Texas A&M and LSU don't they play each other the last weekend?
They do
too?
in Tiger Stadium, but still, I mean it's far from a gimme.
Yeah, because remember LSU after they beat Alabama, didn't they back that up with a bad loss after that?
Yeah, lost to A&M, right?
I don't see any other losses. I mean, Florida State, obviously that's potentially, but it's out of conference. They go to Ole Miss, they go to Mississippi State, and what's their fourth? At Missouri. I think they're going to be undefeated in the SEC outside of Alabama. But it might be one of those tricky things. Do you guys think LSU, with a win over Florida State, goes 11-1, loses to Bama, is not in the SEC championship, but they're still in the 14 playoff? I think they'd be there.
Yeah. Again, I always say this. You got to tell me what else has happened.
What's Ohio State and Michigan done?
I mean, one of them's lost a game.
Yeah, but it was one of them undefeated, and they've only lost to the other one. I mean, that's potential 2 teams in the 14 playoffs there.
And I guess a lot would have to do with what Florida State's done. Like if Florida State's 11-1 in the ACC and their one loss is LSU.
Or what about if either them or Clemson are unbeaten? That eats up, and if USC's unbeaten, now you're eating up spots that you don't get to from one conference.
Still think if LSU goes 11-1 and doesn't play in the SEC championship game, they'll get in.
Can I tell you something odd I just accidentally discovered? I never had seen this, that next year LSU plays both USC and UCLA. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they play USC in Las Vegas, and they have a home-and-home with UCLA.
Wait, so let me get this right.
Tiger Stadium.
USC and UCLA have Big Ten schedules next year, and both are playing LSU?
Both are playing LSU out of conference, yeah.
Boy, I don't think you want to take that on.
That's
if
pretty
you're Brian
wild,
Kelly
isn't it?
or you're Chip Kelly or Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
Well, I do not remember that happening.
I don't either.
I knew they had the neutral site game they'd signed up, but they signed up for that neutral site game in Vegas, right?
It is in Las Vegas,
Yeah,
yep.
I remember that.
Yep.
LSU and USC in a Las Vegas game.
Uh-huh.
And you're telling me they already have a home-and-home set with UCLA?
They do. I'm trying to find when LSU's return is, or maybe did LSU? They don't remember them playing out there. Do you remember them playing out there?
Yeah, I remember that was the Ed Orgeron game, talking about how soft the Pac-12 was when they went out there
right.
and UCLA beat their eyes out.
Yeah, well, this is the return on that.
Because
2024.
Keisha was the only player that showed up for LSU.
That's right. Yep, I'd forgotten all about that. But this is the return.
And the Michigan
2024.
running back who went to UCLA ran all over the LSU DBs.
I remember now. This is the return game on that. So, they play USC and UCLA in the same year.
So
That's pretty
USC
odd.
in Vegas and UCLA, the return game.
Yep.
And a 9-game schedule in the SEC.
That's a brutal schedule for LSU. South Alabama's their other non-conference. I mean, that's not a terrible non-conference.
No, a good Sun Belt team.
Yeah.
It's interesting. 100 days away from 2023, though, in the college football season. The show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. We'll get to trash coming up on the other side.
Redmont Vodka, need to ask for it by name again. It's locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package, including pink package in the beverage place. Also, ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
As we said, this hour of the show brought to you by Champy's Chicken on 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew there for a great lunch or dinner, great date night tonight, Friday night, Saturday night down there. In the state of Ohio, they've got sports gaming now, and you can actually have on-location sports gaming. They gave a license to someone yesterday. It surprised a lot of people.
B-Rose.
No. Phantom Fireworks. Phantom Fireworks in Ohio got a license to where they can set up a sports book. Can you imagine here in the South when all of a sudden when we get legalized sports betting that you can go by the Crazy Bills and place a sports bet and grab your fireworks?
But it's a great idea because those places only get used twice a year, so why not? And they got plenty of parking, right? They got big buildings.
Are we the one state that has everything's been illegal at one time or another? Because remember, fireworks were illegal.
But if you go to Tennessee, you know, the big fireworks stands are right on this side of the border because you can't buy them in Tennessee, I don't think, can you?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I know.
I don't think you can. Or over in Georgia, too. Like, if you go on I-20, there's that massive fireworks thing right there at the Alabama state line.
Yeah, I do remember they were illegal here in our state for a while. Alcohol, gambling still is, and that kind of thing. But it was so weird. And the guy who owns Phantom Fireworks, 85 locations, by the way, in the state of Ohio, but he's not going to put a sports betting in each one. In Youngstown, which is the headquarters, he says he plans to build a actual brick and mortar sports book
right
there in downtown Youngstown. That's just his business, Phantom Fireworks. But everyone thought that they were going to be able to swing by and pick up their cherry bombs and also place $50 on the Bengals when it first was passed yesterday. But he's going to build one brick and mortar location.
Might as well have to go daiquiris as well, right?
In Louisiana, you get drive-through daiquiris.
Yeah, I remember in Florida they had them a little bit. Did you ever go to one of those? I remember my old man. We'd be on a Sunday drive or whatever, and we'd go through the old daiquiri place, and they sold cold beer there too.
My friend Chris Brees, who is from up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, first time we went to cover for CBS 42, an Alabama LSU game in Baton Rouge, we'd finished the Friday shots, and I surprised him. I whipped through a daiquiri to-go place, and I was like, watch this. And we got the whole car to go daiquiris, and he was blown away that, wait, we can get in a car drive-through daiquiris?
It does not make a whole lot of, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I said, yes, you guys enjoy. I'll drive us back to the hotel.
Yeah.
So the guys who had done all the work all day.
Are they good daiquiris or are they just convenient?
Yeah,
daiquiris?
no.
I've had one. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff. They drink good, Brownie. Show brought to you by Dr. B. The people's got LT's hair at 114% better.
Yes, absolutely loving what Dr. B is doing for me. He can do the same for you, possibly. Go to T3hair.net. Again, if the hair's starting to thin out a little bit, if you know somebody in your life, their hair's thinning out, let them know about it. Be preemptive. Dr. Beckenstein is the man. 205-319-0316. Dr. B also offers that Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, call Dr. B today. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
He said, what, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, says, which comes first, legalize gambling in Alabama or flying cars? Michael says, I'll bet on the Jetsons. Caleb says, swing by. Give me a pack of sparklers and the Bama money line, please.
It's such a good state.
One for the money, one for the celebration.
And how we don't legalize some things that are obvious makes no sense to me.
I am told you can legally buy fireworks in Tennessee, so I don't know why they got those big fireworks places right there at the state line. Maybe you couldn't at one time.
All right, so here we go. Trash time. LT's got those ready to go. Rockstar and company throw it together for them. It's all brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. At housing markets turning around, you need the professionals to make sure you're on the right side of it. Mortgage Right does it. Rockstar, hit the big button.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
Hit it!
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every single step of the process. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it, someone who doesn't. They've made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Rocky, this is like a ridiculous story.
Which one?
Kind of pisses me off.
Made for trash, Rockstar.
All-state athlete was not allowed to participate in a regional competition this weekend after she brought her pet goat to school on Friday. Now, the goat is a Nigerian dwarf named Rachel. Now, a family friend went on to say, quote, Rachel is more of a pet than a goat. She comes into the house all the time, wears a diaper when she's inside. She has a harness and a leash. She's not the typical outside goat. Family friend said Farmington High School senior Jade Roth, who you see pictured there, who set a record high jump of 5 feet 2 inches at a track meet. Doesn't seem very high.
No, I was about to say.
It's high school.
I guarantee none of us could make that jump.
I know I couldn't, but
I mean, that's basically jumping.
Is that the one where you do the Fosbury flop?
Yeah, where you go over the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. 5'2".
I'm willing to set it up.
Oh, back in the day, I could have done it.
Yeah, I know I could have in high school.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
right
the
now.
world record is
It's like 18 feet.
No, that's with a pole. That's pole vault. This is high jump. The women's world record is.
Could you imagine somebody high jump?
Look at him go!
My Lord.
The women's world record right now is 6 feet and some inches.
Okay,
so
well, I'll
she's
take
just,
it back.
She's
only
just
a foot
1
off.
foot away from the world
Never
record.
mind.
I take
mind.
it back, Jim.
Yeah.
I take it back.
Yeah, back it up.
No,
I was
put
thinking
it
she
reverse,
had
Terry.
a pole with her as well.
Yeah. The men is just over 8 feet.
Anyway, she brought the
Right.
goat to school. It was the seniors' last day for the year. Administrators told Roth to take the goat home and return to school. Said when they came back, the office told her she was being suspended for the day. That being Jade's last day of high school meant she was ineligible to compete in any extracurricular activities during the weekend, which unfortunately was a district track competition. Now, Roth, who had been an all-state athlete for the last 2 years, was not able to make her third and final year in high school as a Farmington Black Knight. This is really dumb.
It is.
But was she told that she couldn't bring the goat, and she brought him anyway?
I'm pretty sure it's safe to assume I can't bring a goat to high school.
Bring any kind of
I was never told, though, Rockstar.
Yeah, but it's one of those things like you've been a good student, you've been a good athlete for us. We're not going to suspend you.
Yeah, go take the goat home. It's your last day of school. I mean, there's got to be some common sense. It's her last day of school. Why are we going to suspend her?
And if I'm the track coach, I'm pissed off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
but
sounds like a principal that just had a crap day.
but you do have to have some rules, and you know
do, but you also have to enforce them with common sense.
Yeah, you do. But why is she bringing the goat to school?
She's a kid having fun. She brought a
I
goat
think it
to
was
school.
a senior prank, but I don't know what the prank is. But
Probably
still,
a senior prank. She
you
brought a
gotta have
goat. That's the prank.
Yeah, common sense.
See, I'm one of those. I think each situation is different.
Yeah.
Like I don't draw the hard line in the sand.
I mean, if she said, I am not taking this goat home, this goat's staying with me, okay, we got something. But it says she took the goat back home and then came back and they suspended her?
I'd be pissed if it was my daughter.
I would too.
Yeah.
Mother, son, we're
Dunaway
cited.
wouldn't.
But now do it with a snake.
Okay.
Or
take the snake back home.
Do it with a dog who may not be as well trained as Ladybird.
Well, take the dog back home.
I mean, there's always situations that it could go the other direction.
Oh,
too.
if she brings a dog bites somebody, then, again, different situation.
Yeah.
She brought a harmless dwarf goat.
The dwarf goat didn't
What's
bite
a
anybody.
Nigerian dwarf goat look like?
It's very small.
Mother, son were cited for reckless driving after they were caught racing each other on Mother's Day. According to the Fresno Police Department, officers with the street racing team spotted two vehicles racing each other, clocked them at 80 miles per hour. Officers said the two were seen driving dangerously, weaving around each other while on the road before they were pulled over. Police added the mother and son both lost their vehicles for 30 days, were issued citations for driving recklessly. They went on to say, quote, if you're engaging in illegal street racing and or sideshow activity, we will impound your vehicle for 30 days. Fresno is not your place to commit these hazardous crimes. I do have a family member that got busted for street racing.
Oh, yeah? Brother?
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay, so it was a brother.
Very dangerous
Yep.
because of the in the commercials it says the road is closed.
Right.
These
Closed
are
course.
professionals.
Yep.
It's a closed
Yep.
course.
Yeah.
I'm not. That's up to you and your safety. I'm worried about another car coming on the road while you're racing.
No,
when he was revving his engine, did it sound like this?
I never.
That sounds like a Tesla.
I didn't know until after the fact that he had gotten busted for street racing. This is years ago. But when I lived downtown, man, there was a lot of street racing going on.
Oh, it's constant. But I'm saying, do you think you have a problem if your police department has a street racing team?
I believe it might be an
My God.
epidemic. But I love the fact this is the way we celebrate Mother's Day. Hey, Mom, you want to go race?
Yeah.
Well, I could beat your ass in your Charger.
Only
But
one
don't
thing
you-
I want for Mother's Day.
Don't you let Mom win on Mother's
Well,
Day?
you have to, yeah.
You do. But I wish the Fresno police just handled each street racing case one by one and didn't impound their cars quickly.
So this one out of
I
Burns.
can't believe you want that girl suspended.
I
Dunaway.
don't. I
You
don't.
do. You're sitting here
I
arguing
don't. I
for
just
it.
don't understand why you take a dwarf goat to school.
It's a prank. You didn't do anything stupid in high school?
I did, but
What?
it mostly involved vodka.
Did you get suspended?
I didn't.
So this one out of Burnsville, Minnesota.
I'd already drank mine.
Carissa Brown was waiting in a drive-thru at Caribou Coffee in Burnsville.
Okay.
Quote, I was waiting in line getting my daily coffee, and all of a sudden, Brown dropped onto my vehicle, not
We
you.
don't need the points.
It was like it rained Brown for a second, boom, like that.
What
I
a
got
day.
out, went to the car in front of me, and I was like, what just happened to us? And he was like, I have no idea.
It's raining shit.
I bet I know.
It's a literal shitstorm.
Brown says her car and the vehicle in front of her were fully covered. She went on to say, also, when my child was with me, so I'm glad the windows weren't open. It stinked. It was poop. Brown said she didn't see a flock of birds nearby.
Nope, airplane.
So confusion and repulsion reigned. Brown said the residential area is under a flight path.
Yep.
She went on to say, I've got my A&P license. I went to school to be an aircraft mechanic, and I didn't know if there was even a way to release it mid-flight. That's why I'm a little confused. I'm going to look into it. The Metropolitan Airports Commission says they are not aware of any incidents related to flight activity. I've heard mixed reports. I've heard they're not supposed to dump it until they get back, but then I've heard a lot of people dump it.
Well, don't they sometimes have to dump it, like if they're in distress?
That sometimes happens to me, man. It happens to all of us.
No. I'm saying like if the planes, I mean.
No, I think they dump the fuel. I don't think
that's
hey, we
true.
got to dump the shit first.
Well, I mean, it's heavy too, Lance. I mean, you never know how much is in there.
Yeah, we've got to get 2 pounds lighter.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel
like
2 pounds
over
lighter.
the ocean, I could understand you letting this go.
Yeah. Well, somebody hit the wrong button. I mean, there are a lot of buttons in that cockpit. Don't you think you could hit the wrong one?
Hey, I brought this up to you last night at trivia.
How come the landing gear's not down?
Our own button, Ernie.
AVClub.com did movies you should only watch once. Interestingly enough, I own 2 of these movies, and so I've seen like 3 or 4 of these movies multiple times.
Well, what came to mind when I saw this list? It's not on the list, but I thought The Martian was a really good movie with Matt Damon. I would never watch it again. It's just like it's one of those movies like it's
agree
good.
with that.
I'm done. I don't need to see it again.
Yeah, I watched it twice just because I was on that red-eye flight coming back from the desert when we were out there with Clemson, Alabama.
Right.
And it was the only thing on.
But have you ever gone back to watch The Sixth Sense a second time?
I've watched it multiple times. Yeah.
You see it differently.
Yeah. Once you know he's dead.
Whoa.
Hey, spoiler alert.
You go back and you watch and like you go back and watch it. He literally gets shot at the beginning of the movie.
I've brought that up before.
By Donnie Wahlberg.
Yeah. Nate Bargatze is the comedian, and that's one of his stand-up routines is he's like, we are so conditioned to our wives not speaking to us as men sometimes that we're like, oh, yeah, this is just totally normal.
Well, no, because people think that could be a flash forward. This is what eventually happens to him.
Yeah.
Well, that's why when
You're the only one that got it in real time.
But that's why I've never understood why y'all are so surprised I got that. He literally gets shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people get shot every day and don't necessarily die.
That is true. Very true.
But the guy's being completely ignored by the woman, and he got shot
he
in
was
the
late
first
for their
scene.
anniversary.
Okay, I want you to do this tonight. If you're out at dinner, look around, and you can tell people that just started dating and people that have been dating a long time.
No. We even marriages. Maggie and I make a point because of this. Because when we were dating and newly married, we used to look at people at dinner who would not have conversations, and we're like, oh, we never want to be those people. So if we're at dinner together and there's like a pause in the conversation, we always like, hey, we're turning into those people. Let's talk about something. Let's go.
Do you clap?
Put the phones down.
But you know
I
what
do. I'm like, hey, we're not talking right now.
But really,
there's some young couple over here looking at us. We can't be those
I'm not going to
people.
say it's half and half. It's about 1 in 3 couples that are in a restaurant aren't talking. There's no conversation.
But none of them have been shot on their way in the restaurant.
So you know what she has?
Yeah.
She has on her phone, she's got these apps that throw out trivia questions.
Oh, conversation starters.
She'll just start firing trivia questions.
What is my best feature?
Just so we have the conversations going.
So here are movies you should only watch once.
All right.
This
Sixth
movie is
Sense for me.
fantastic. I've probably seen it 10 times, American History
I've
X.
never seen it. You've told me to watch it before, but I've never watched
That's
it.
a multiple watch. It's a little long.
It's great.
But it's a great movie.
And the way
Does
it's
it
shot,
start at 1776 and work from there? or
no.
Oh, my.
Damn. You'll feel really bad when you watch it.
Yeah, you will.
I know what it's about.
But Edward Norton, as good of an actor as he is, the way he transformed his body, the way he actually played that character.
I'm going to go watch it. I've never watched it.
Outstanding. I would let you borrow the DVD. But
Okay, well, I don't have a DVD player, yeah.
Okay, The Human Centipede. I've heard things about this.
Never
I've
heard
never
of
had a desire to watch
Looks
it. Right, sir,
stupid.
can you explain it?
Some guy, months for me. I never saw it, but I know he sews people's faces to other people's butts.
Oh, my gosh.
And makes a human centipede.
That sounds awful.
And you have to. So if I'm sewed to Brown's butt, when Brown eats, what's going to happen?
You're going to poop.
And then if Dunaway's sewed to my butt, what's going to happen?
He's going to get the poop on him.
So this is one of the worst ideas for a movie in the
it
history of
sounds
movies.
stupid.
Guess what? They made a sequel.
But those people are still alive?
Yeah, it's like a punishment where he just shows them all mouths are sewed to all these butts.
Wait, they're not having fun? Look at him.
I know, like it looks like he's like.
Well, he's in the best spot though, isn't he?
Well,
Yeah,
you
the-
want to
the
be up
top
front.
spot, yeah.
Who's in this terrible movie?
Oh, I think it's Leo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
No, it's nobody.
Morgan Freeman.
Yeah. Sir Michael Caine.
And you've watched this, Lunsford?
No. Oh. Go for it, Lunsford.
Hell no. I just know what it is.
It's in my queue.
They made 3 of them.
3 of them?
Yeah.
Jeez.
That shows you what's wrong with society
Ah,
right now.
yeah, that's it.
Now,
Hey,
this
it's
one,
original.
people think that I've recommended this one, and people watch it and they hate it, but I've watched it a bunch, and I think it is fantastic. I think his performance, where he won Best Actor.
I've seen it twice.
Yeah, Elizabeth, she was really good in this. It was up for Best Picture. It was shot on a little 9mm camera in Vegas back in the 90s. To me, it's awesome, but Leaving Las Vegas from 1995.
I've never seen it.
So sad.
The Machinist. I've never seen it.
No,
I
it's
hear-
just that one scene that you see where Christian Bale's like 92 pounds. It's like it's really uncomfortable.
But is it worth the watch?
I haven't seen it. I just know that one scene.
So he works in a machine shop or something? What's he do?
Oh, Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you know what it's about.
No, what
You're gonna
is it
feel
about?
horrible.
No joke. What's it about?
He fixes gateway computers. No, I have no idea.
Works in a
Oh, you've never seen it?
Aladdin's castle. The Passion of the Christ 2004. Believe it or not, I've never seen it. Is that a hard watch?
Oh yeah, I mean, the crucifixion we've probably there's no probably to it. We've sanitized that a little bit of how brutal it really was, and I thought that movie did a good job of depicting how brutal a crucifixion was.
It was the worst way to be killed back in the day.
Oh, it was, yeah. And then if you have a Christian belief, as I do, and you believe that I am the reason that happened, it's even worse. So, yeah, it was hard to watch. I would never want to watch it again.
The Revenant 2015. I have seen it twice. It was
not a fan.
It was overrated. I remember
Yeah.
in the old Jack Studios, we were looking at the trailer, and I was like, "This is going to be one of the best movies ever."
Yeah.
So
Every scene is him waking up from a dream, and then another problem arises.
Well, there's a really bad love scene in there.
Yeah.
So these are basically movies that have really tough things to look
Not
at.
just that, like they're good movies, but it's just worth one watch.
Yeah, I watched Revenant once. I didn't hate it, but I would not watch it
No,
again.
I thought it was. I thought the way it was shot. I mean, the cinematography was pretty
Yeah.
incredible, and it was weird. I was watching a show or a movie the other night, and I was like, "This was shot exactly where The Revenant was," and they were both shot in Calgary.
How about that?
Yeah. Sophie's Choice, 1982. I've never seen it.
No, me neither.
Meryl Streep, Kevin Kline. What's so bad about this one?
I think she has to. Is it during the Holocaust just to choose which one of her kids that has to die?
Oh, I thought
that's
it was
terrible.
like
It looks like a love story.
Yeah,
Why
she
did they
was-
do that cover?
Where they were going to go to dinner that night.
Yeah.
Sophie, it's your choice.
Hardee's.
Damn, she's got to pick a kid to go down.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I don't think that's the way the Holocaust happened, though.
I don't know if it's a Holocaust. It's something where
No.
she has to pick a kid, which one of her kids has to go down.
Why can't she say, "Hey, look, I'll go down"?
Yeah, why can't you pick her?
Why don't you guys watch the movie? Because I haven't seen it. I have no
Why
idea.
are you giving me the summary?
Yeah, because that's what I remember. They said, everybody goes, "Oh, it's a Sophie's Choice situation."
And I have seen this one twice, and it is so disturbing. Requiem for a Dream, 2000. Jennifer Connelly will do about anything for her fix.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
So she's a drug addict?
They're all drug addicts.
Oh, everybody in the movie
Every
is?
one of them.
Yeah.
Jared Leto loses his arm. Jennifer Connelly loses. I don't want to say her innocence because she lost that way before.
All for drugs, huh?
Yeah.
A bloodshot eye, man.
Yeah.
A Requiem for a Dream.
Okay, I've got some old words we need to use again. Do we have time for these?
Yeah, absolutely.
Herkel-Dirkling. Herkel-Dirkling. This is 19th century Scots. It's finding yourself still in bed long after it's time to get up. You guys ever do that?
No.
My Herkling Dirkling will keep me in bed. Yes.
They're nice guys.
Okay, what about
Calcericani?
Yeah, that's fair. It's Finnish. Means drinking at home alone and in your underwear. I've drank at home alone, but never in my underwear.
Well, you've never Calisecarini then.
What about basketball shorts and T-shirts? Because
Oh,
you
yeah,
occasionally sleep in basketball shorts, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
So that counts as underwear, basketball shorts.
I don't know. What do you guys think Nodcrafty is from the 17th century?
Nodcrafty?
Yep.
I got no idea.
I think that is going to be LT when you learn how to dance, Nodcrafting.
It's knowing the art of nodding your head with an air of great understanding when you actually tuned out ages ago.
Oh, I was.
That's crazy.
I think we've all done this.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's what we do for 4 hours here.
But like the other night, I was trying to talk to somebody, and they were a couple of seats away from me, and I could not hear them. And it's one of those you once you've acknowledged, and then you can't say, hey, what, and go back, so you just keep doing this.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's good to smile at certain parts because they could be saying, my cat just got hit by a car.
Oh, yeah.
What about quiddling from the 18th century?
Quiddling is just wasting time. He's just quiddling his life away, and his wife.
Well, I mean, this is close.
Pretty close.
Busying oneself with trivial tasks is a way of avoiding the important ones.
That's right. It's quiddling.
What about scurry funging?
Scurry funging is when you're in a hurry to drink.
It's in a hurry, though. That's pretty good. The frantic tidying up attempt to achieve a semblance of order that takes place just before guests arrive. And then finally, the quaff tide from the 16th century.
Whew, I got no idea on that one.
Dunaway,
You get a haircut before the tide.
noon tomorrow, it's quaff tide.
Oh, time to drink.
One word announcement that it's time for a drink.
How about that? That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit the locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the next round. Our show being brought to you today by our friends at Odie's. Last night, our friends at Odie's hosted trivia out there. LT was there with, was it Brownie last night?
Yeah.
And the question you asked LT was what?
What came first, Brad Pitt or the Pop-Tart?
Brad Pitt is got to be close to 60 right now. 59, I'm guessing. Is that close?
I would say the Pop-Tarts came out in 64, and I'll do Brad Pitt 63.
I'm going to say Pop-Tart's definitely a 60s invention. I'm going to say Brad Pitt's older than the Pop-Tart. The original one, I'm going to say, came out. 64 is close. I'm going to say 66 on the Pop-Tart, 63 on Brad Pitt.
Y'all are dead on Brad Pitt. 63 will be 60 this year. Pop-Tart 64. Good job, Rocky.
Boom, 2 for 2.
These are the things that you learn. Oh, by the way, we also learned that Nicholas Braun, who plays Greg on Succession, we had the question, who was taller?
Nicholas Braun or Tyler Perry?
Yeah, or Tyler Perry.
I'll go Tyler Perry.
Nicholas Braun, 6'7".
Well,
Tyler Perry, 6'5".
See, I thought, well, that's Greg from Succession. I thought he was 6'6", and Tyler Perry was 6'7". So
I never knew Tyler Perry was that big. Yeah.
Odie's Tavern, though. Great place to go. Live music tomorrow night, Saturday night. Incredible food from Rodney Davis. Delicious. They've got corn dogs there, by the way. I never talk about the corn dog. Corn dog is one of the hidden gems that I just never get, but they've got it there. Great fries, obviously great sandwiches, burgers, award-winning wings. Stop in, go see Will Haver and that great staff. Ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. It's all going on. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Buster Olney coming up at the top of the hour. Chris writes in. He wants to know his college football question. When will Greg Sankey finish off killing college football by killing more conferences? He apparently not a fan of conference expansion. The ACC has been the latest one in the crosshairs. But as we come out of the ACC meetings in Amelia Island, and I've said this since the beginning, I believe it's to the benefit of ESPN and ABC to keep a strong ACC afloat. Do you feel like they're leaving those meetings in Amelia Island stronger than when they went into that meeting as a conference?
It doesn't feel like it, but, the other side of that, if I'm ESPN, I'm like, the whole, the contract you're under, we gave you to make you stronger. Like, so now you're coming back to us for more money? How does this work? You wanted this contract, we gave you this long-term contract, and now you tell us you got to have more money. I mean, it's kind of on you. So I get what you're saying, but I just don't know that ESPN's in any position to say, yeah, you know what, you're right. Here's another $100 million for you guys to split up among the 14 teams.
Pete Moss writes in the SEC, quarterback, who's the new quarterback that ends up passing the test? No pun intended, he says. New quarterback coming in. Now, Carson Beck at Georgia is going to have the best situation, right?
The best.
You got a new offensive coordinator. You've got new skill guys.
Yeah. Best team to start the year in theory. I don't know if it's the best situation, but that was kind of my storyline. You asked for him in the first segment. This is one non-SEC team, but when's the last time we've seen Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State all come in with an unknown at quarterback? And you got that at the same time, right? That's 100% what you got. Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia, who are three massive contenders, every one of them is unknown at quarterback.
Boy, it's tough. Because I could see Auburn. I could see Peyton Thorne with some of the additions they've got at receivers now.
Being the best of the new quarterbacks. Now, people, with the Josh Heupel and his system, people may flush Joe Milton or Nico Imalieva, but that's a pretty good situation to be in with the pass-friendly quarterback situation there.
Yeah, and I also, Tyler Buckner, just with the weapons he's going to have around him, if he is the guy. I don't know. It's a difficult question.
Yeah. You're right, though, about whoever it is, Milton or Imalieva, in that offensive system. We've made a lot of assumptions about Josh Heupel's offensive system based on 1 year with Hendon Hooker and some really good, an NFL-level receiver in Jalen Hyatt. If that is what that system is going to look like every year, but keep in mind, after his first year, and I know this was Heupel's second year, after his first year, a lot of people were praising Gus Malzahn's system and talking about how it was going to be unstoppable moving forward, and it quickly got in a rut when defenses adjusted. It's going to be on Heupel to continue to make those adjustments as very talented SEC defensive coordinators figure that offense out over the years.
Basketball tonight, Lakers and Denver, Game 2, 7:30 on ESPN. Quick segment there. We'll get to Buster Olney when we come back. The show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, if you wear contacts or eyeglasses, you owe it yourself to find out if LASIK is right for you. Make the phone call that I made more than 2 decades ago, 969-8100. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the 8 contacts. Didn't even realize that. Got the 12-minute procedure done. That's all it took for both eyes. I got 2015 vision, still better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit paulwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Talk a little baseball with Buster Olney here. Braves with a win last night against Texas. Day baseball already underway. Some really good baseball teams with some pitching injuries, and we're not to Memorial Day yet. We'll talk about everything going on in baseball as we get right to Buster, man.
He is presented by MyBookie.ag. Don't forget MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. When you sign up for that first time, get that sign-on deposit bonus up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Buster is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's happening, Buster? How are you today?
What's going on, guys? Yeah, crazy stuff. That day yesterday in baseball with the walk-offs and home run, it was a fun day.
Well, we got a lot to get to with you, obviously. I do want to start with the Braves, obviously very popular around here. They got swept by the Blue Jays, and listen, I get it. Middle of May is way too early to start talking about, measuring yourself against another team for postseason purposes. But the Rangers are obviously a very good team. For Atlanta to take 2 out of 3 from Texas coming off that sweep was a little bit of a statement by them, I thought.
It was. And look, they are certainly catching the attention of folks with other teams who view them as being, they and the Dodgers are the 2 best teams in National League. Last weekend we had the Red Sox and the Cardinals on Sunday Night Baseball. And I, walked up to Alex Cora, the Red Sox manager who was standing behind the batting cage. And he brought up the Braves on his own. He said, that team is a really good team, because they had just seen the Braves, and he talked about Orlando Arcia and how much better he's gotten as a player. And I think everyone's right now seeing Ronald Acuna Jr. as being the best player in baseball, not named Shohei Ohtani. It's just ridiculous what he's accomplishing. And I thought about this, overnight about Acuna and how he seems to play with this unbelievable intensity, like a chip on his shoulder. It's almost like he's trying to show everybody, trying to make up for lost time, the 2 years effectively they lost to the knee injury, and now just coming back and wanting to remind everybody, I can hit. He leads the major league in hits. I can hit for power. He leads the major league in slugging percentage. I can run. He's first in National League in steals. I can throw. I can do everything. He's pretty amazing right now.
Do you still feel like the Braves have another gear they can get into when their pitching staff gets to be whole again, 100%, everybody healthy near the end of the year?
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be necessarily a lot better, because let's face it, the questions about their pitching staff are questions that might linger to the end of the year. And I think we talked about this last week. When you look ahead at the trade deadline, and Alex Anthopoulos has demonstrated he will be aggressive where he feels like he can help the Braves, through making a deal. We just don't know how much quality there's going to be out there at the trade deadline. It's, one thing for the Braves to want a starting pitcher. It's a whole other thing to actually have some guys available. Maybe if Cleveland falls out of the race, Shane Bieber would seem to be an interesting guy potentially for the Braves to pursue. Some of the Chicago White Sox starting pitchers, maybe they're available, but you're hearing from general managers, there's not going to be a lot out there. And let's face it, we don't know if Kyle Wright's going to come back. I know the Braves internally feel good about Max Fried's situation, but who knows? It might be that all year the Braves' best chance is going to be to out-hit some of the other issues they have on their staff.
Dustin May, a year after the Tommy John, he's back on the DL at least for a month with this elbow pain. He has been dominant, and he's got incredible stuff, but you start to worry about the torque on the arm, whatever it is. He's only 25 years old, but are people concerned about long-term health from Dustin May?
Yes. Welcome to baseball in 2023, by the way. Everybody it feels like the sport is so caught up in the chase for velocity and the swing and miss. And that means guys are trying to throw as hard as they can, right? Dustin May, when he was drafted, I don't think anybody thought that he would reach the velocity that he got to, and he's redlined. The Tampa Bay Rays pitching staff, they constantly have guys that break down. Chris Sale, I got to see him pitch at Fenway Park last week, guys, and he's had arm issues, and I think that Chris has gotten to the point where he's like, you know what, the heck with it. I'm just going to throw the ball as hard as I can. I think I've made this comparison to you before. It's almost like watching Sale pitch is like watching Happy Gilmore hit tee shots. It's like he's leaping into his delivery. It's like he's throwing a javelin, and I think you're seeing so many pitchers do this. It's remarkable. And it's part of the reason why I think, we've seen a spike in injuries by 40%, because you have so many guys now who are chasing velocity. It's like redlining a car. They're going to be breakdowns. And, Dodgers saw it with Walker Buehler. They've seen it with Dustin May, and they'll probably see it with other guys, because that's the direction of the sport.
ESPN's Buster Olney is with us. You can catch them Sunday night in New York, Citi Field for Guardians Mets, 6 o'clock ESPN. Buster presented each week by MyBookie.ag, code next round. mybookie.ag, code next round to get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. This Aaron Judge thing has kind of taken a life of its own with the Yankees. So he's glancing in the dugout. You tweeted that it appeared the Jays were tipping pitches, and the Yankees bench was basically telling Judge what was coming. A former Yankee, Lance Lynn, says, I would have thrown at him. That's a former Yankee saying that about Aaron Judge. So it's kind of a wild situation.
It really was. And the backstories are really funny because, of course, Judge came out afterward after he continually is glancing to the side. And he said, oh, you know, my teammates were chirping and I wanted them to settle down. We had a 6-0 lead. And I can tell you exactly no one in the Blue Jays clubhouse believed that. What they believed was the same thing I've heard from other teams, that the Yankees have this relay system when a pitcher's tipping pitches to the hitter. And so what was happening from the Blue Jays perspective is that they understood that the pitcher, Jay Jackson, they got his pitches. And so Judge was glancing at the dugout and he was using that information. He winds up hitting this home run. Now, interestingly, the Blue Jays internally, their feeling was, hey, that's on us. This is not a technology issue. We need to do better at cleaning up our pitch tipping from our pitchers, or if our catcher's giving away the location, that's on us. But because this is a rivalry between these two teams, they also, it feels like the coaching staff used this to stoke the feeling of, yeah, those stinking Yankees, Aaron Judge, they're all bad guys. So they file a complaint to Major League Baseball about this thing that the Yankees were doing, which, by the way, is totally legal. And then you get the coaches yelling at each other across the field. John Schneider, the manager of the Blue Jays, calling one of the Yankee coaches, Brad Wilkerson, fat boy, as they're doing all that. If Lance Lynn had been in this series, we would have had the brawl that seems inevitable. Just keep waiting for that one hot-tempered relief pitcher to come in the game, drill somebody, and set off a fight, because this series has been intense.
Yeah, is it the most intense in baseball, those two right now, more than Padres and Dodgers and some of the traditional ones? Do you look forward to those matchups right now more than maybe any of the others?
So the last 2 days, there's no doubt. Like I've been looking forward to these games because you're wondering what's going to happen. Padres Dodgers is pretty intense, although the Padres right now are not holding up their end of the rivalry. They beat the Dodgers in the playoffs last year, but they're stinking to the point that Bob Melvin, their manager, called a meeting yesterday to tell his players they need to play with more urgency, and they promptly went out and lost to the Kansas City Royals, one of the worst teams in baseball.
Tampa Bay, kind of the definition of small payroll success. But, over the years, Buster, it seemed like they just got it done with pitching. And now sitting at 32-12, they lead the majors in hits, RBIs, and home runs. Did you ever think we would see a day where that organization would lead in the three major categories offensively?
Absolutely not. You guys know this. Their home ballpark is a pitcher's park. It's not a hitter's park. And let's face it, paying for a lineup that leads the majors in home runs, generally speaking, is expensive. I mean, the Yankees just paid Aaron Judge $360 million. And yet, as we went into play yesterday, the Tampa Bay Rays led the majors in home runs with 84, 13 more than the next two teams, Dodgers and Braves, who were tied at 71. And on top of that, the Rays had allowed, going into play yesterday, the third fewest homers in the majors. So they hit the most homers. They allow, among the teams that allow the fewest home runs. That's an incredible, what an incredible combination. I had Wander Franco, their shortstop, on my podcast that'll come out tomorrow, and asked him about that. And he just talked about the Rays being really good at collecting good players. I think even they're amazed at how good their offense is this year.
All right, so this was a random discussion we were having the other day, and I said I would ask you about this, and it pertains to Shohei Ohtani. We were using the Dodgers as an example because Lance is a Dodgers fan, and he wants it very badly. Do I overstate that you would like Ohtani very badly? Yes. So let's assume he's the Dodgers' number 2 starter, and he's among, if not their best positional player. What would stop the Dodgers from saying, basically, that eats up 2 roster spots for us. We can pay him $100 million a year, backfill that other roster spot with a minimum guy, and, the money's the same, and we've got the best player in baseball. There's nothing that stops them from doing that, right?
Yeah, I love Lance jersey popping the Los Angeles as he was. You guys were having that discussion. Look, I been telling friends, have been talking about it. I feel like that when we anticipate the bidding for Ohtani in the fall, like we're going to be talking about crazy land, where at the end of the day, the numbers that are put out there, the team that wins the bidding on him, people are going to be like, oh my God. I've seen some of my peers, estimate 400 million plus 500. No. It's going to be crazy land. And because not only is he a player we've never seen before, to Ryan, to your point, he's built in insurance, right? Like if he gets hurt as a pitcher, oh, I'm sorry, we get one of the best power hitters. It's like he's someone, no matter what, you're getting guaranteed production. The Dodgers internally are already talking about the pursuit of him. Front office people are talking to players about it. They structured a lot of their offseason deals this past winter, a lot of one-year deals and guys like JD Martinez to save money for Ohtani. Then you also have the San Diego Padres, who were the highest bidders for Judge, highest bidders for Trey Turner, full anticipation they'll be in on Ohtani. And then you have the richest owner in the sport, Steve Cohen, who might be looking at a disaster in 2023 with the way the Mets are playing. He's going to be motivated. He's got an art collection of $1 billion, and maybe Shohei Ohtani is going to be his next art piece. It is, I think, at least $600 million, maybe more. They're going to be numbers that we've never seen before.
What kind of a guy is Ohtani, from what you know?
He is all baseball. All baseball. He has the apartment that he lives in Anaheim, guys, is the closest of any apartment complex to the ballpark. So he walks to the ballpark every single day, and he works out and he works on baseball. That's all he does. You talk to his teammates, they're like, that's what he cares about. He wants to be great at baseball. That's what he's devoted to. And you've seen his competitive arrogance. Like he set a goal when he was a teenager. I want to be a great pitcher. I want to be a great hitter. He wrote it all out in journals when he was a teenager, and he's living out that dream. He's totally devoted to being excellent.
Dale Murphy was in town for a Pro-Am last week. We got to spend some time with him. Still not in the Hall of Fame, I think, but he's doing this Dale Murphy experience for Braves fans that you can pay your way in. You spend the day with Murphy. He walks you through stories. You go to the game and all of that. Is that sort of a way to start getting your name back out there to where Murph can make a push for the Hall of Fame? And because it seems like a lot of people are jumping over him now.
He'll get into the Hall of Fame someday. I think when Harold Baines, with all due respect, great guy, excellent player. When Harold Baines got into the Hall of Fame, that meant that Dale Murphy someday will get in the Hall of Fame. And it's just a matter. Now you have, we had this logjam because of all the steroid era candidates. Now the logjam is the Veterans Committee playing catch up after the Harold Baines induction. I think Dwight Evans is in that conversation, Steve Garvey, Kenny Lofton, and Murph at some point he's going to get in. And I can't imagine a better experience to buy than being with Dale Murphy, who's such a nice person. And you guys know this story, that when he was with Philadelphia and there was a beanball situation that happened and Bobby Cox ordered Tom Glavine to throw at him, Glavine just couldn't bring himself to do it wholeheartedly and just basically threw the ball near him before being ejected because Dale Murphy was such a nice guy and they loved him so much.
That is a great story, too. Glavine was like, I didn't know what to do, man.
Not going to do it, man.
I had to hit him or my teammates were going to respect me, but it's Dale Murphy up there. Who is Dale Murphy?
Right. Exactly.
All right. Go follow Buster on Twitter at Buster_ESPN and see them Sunday night from Citi Field. Guardians Mets, 6 o'clock ESPN for that game on Sunday night. Buster, thank you very much for the time. Always great stuff.
Always love talking with you guys. Thank you.
See you next week. Buster with us each week, courtesy of the good folks at MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. And he was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
A lot of day baseball going on, including Ohtani's Angels playing in Baltimore. Tampa Bay and the Mets have just started. And if you're a Braves fan, you're always hoping the Mets lose any game they can to build a little gap between you and the Mets and the Phillies and anyone else. So we'll keep you updated on that. Before Brown gives us a PGA Championship leaderboard, as we're to the TV coverage now on ESPN, That leaderboard will be brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's, the perfect place to get that graduation gift.
Yeah, make sure you stop at a Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Graduation day right around the corner. Bromberg's has the perfect piece of Roberta coin jewelry for the special woman in your lives. Choose from the whimsical diamond and 18-karat gold pieces from the always popular Tiny Treasures collection, or the exquisite layering necklaces she'll love wearing every single day. The expert team of sales associates Bromberg's ready to help you choose perfect graduation gift that she will treasure forever. Visit Bromberg's and Mountain Brook at the Summit or online, brombergs.com.
With a lot of the field already out on the course, there are only 12 guys under par. It's been tough going, cold temperatures, long course, thick rough. Ryan Fox and Sahith Theegala. Did you play Theegala? Did you end up playing him?
Did.
Yeah. They're both at 2 under par. They have a one-shot lead over a number of guys that include Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, Victor Hovland, Keegan Bradley, Bryson DeChambeau, all among the group at 1 under par there at Oak Hill.
I killed you on our dark horse.
Did you? I didn't look at him.
But we're expecting, from what I was reading going in, because of conditions in the thick rough and Oak Hill, more U.S. Open-like scores as opposed to PGA Championship-like scores, which usually of the majors is the one that has the lower score under par.
Yeah, depending on where the British is played and the conditions you get there, sometimes they can tear those courses up if the conditions are mild. But yes, Jim, and I do think this will be very much like a U.S. Open because of the thick rough and the length of this course.
Justin Thomas, the 2-time major winners, both PGA Championships for him.
That is correct.
It's 2017 and 2022. He's the defending champ. He's at 1 under par with 2 being the lead, but a big group there at 1 under par as they go from Oak Hill, which is upstate New York, correct?
That is in Rochester, New York, about as upstate New York as you can get.
Is that, and I was reading again, it's remodeled back to, they said, stripped down to the bones of its original design. Now, explain to me what that means. What stripped down to the bones of what the original design, because I thought we were trying to make the courses longer now. If you're stripping down the bones, that seems to be shorter.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think more what they're talking about is like the green complexes, the bunkers, the routing of the holes, not necessarily the length. I mean, they can't make them as short as they used to, or these guys would shoot nothing out there. But a lot of times over the years, courses,
have filled in bunkers to make it more
or not
friendly.
necessarily, but maybe they've rounded them off a little bit where they were more of a, they had more fingers and things like that, if that makes any sense. Or the greens, they've made them have less character to them versus what the original design was, just because that was the trend of golf course design in the 60s or 70s. So they kind of matched that. And now they go back to what it might have been in the early 1900s when it was originally designed.
Yeah, so stripped back to the bones, Oak Hill, and I guess multi-million dollars when you start to strip things back to the bones.
Yeah.
It's not cheap.
But they're not worried about money at Oak Hill. That's an ultra-private course up there in Rochester that's hosted a number of majors.
Yeah, all right. So that's going on. The coverage is now live on ESPN. When we come back, the rest of the show, we're going to have Andy Kennedy in studio with us when AK gets here.
He's here.
He'll slide in. We'll talk to him about UAB basketball, the Portal College basketball, the NBA Finals, and a bunch of stuff, the remaining of the show. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game, our friends at Precision.
Yeah, maybe you hurt that elbow putting something in the attic. Maybe you tweaked the knee getting up from halftime, one of these conference finals games. Let this be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they are your provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Again, let this be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Back with you on the next round, 100 days away from college football. So as we always do, we like to throw you a curveball, and we're going to talk 40 minutes of basketball here on the show because we're in the middle of the NBA playoffs and 2 what could be classic conference finals. We'll get to that. But Andy Kennedy is in studio with us, always brought to you by our friends at Legacy, legacycreditunion.com. And we got a ton of UAB basketball questions to talk to you before we talk about other stuff. And Andrew jumps in first. Can you ask AK if he can share any news about next year's schedule? Is there anything you haven't shared or you have shared about the schedule?
We're in the middle of putting it together. Obviously, we're transitioning leagues. Very excited. July 1st, we become official members of the American Athletic Conference. We're really excited about that. We won't know. We do know that's going to be an 18-game conference schedule. We don't know who we're playing as of yet or when we're playing. And that's typical. You don't typically get your conference schedule until the end of the summer, July, August. This year will be a little different because we won't even know really what the schedule is going to look like from the American Conference perspective. So that'll be a little strange. And then non-league, we're in the process. We're not like football. You know, when you sign a series, it's typically 2 years. You might get a 4-year series, but a lot of these things are 1 year at a time. So we're in the process of putting that together. We know the MTE, the multi-team event that we're in. We're going to play in an ESPN event in Asheville, North Carolina with Clemson, Maryland, Davidson, and us. Great.
Oh, that's fantastic.
On the platform of ESPN. It's early in the season, pre-Thanksgiving. And we've got some other things that we're working on that I think our fans will be excited about. But it's still very much a work in progress.
And when it comes to scheduling, I would imagine people wait till you get your rosters set so they can sort of maybe get a feel for you on where you're going to be in the net, how good you can help them. And
what's so crazy now, when we all try to do that, we try to do our jobs, but things change so rapidly because of this transfer portal and the turbulence that is your roster management. I'll tell you this, Gene Bartow started this program in 1978. So the first year that he put the team together, this was back when men men's college basketball had 15 scholarships. Now we're down to 13. But at that time, there were 15. So he had to sign 15 guys. This is the second most in the 45-year history in one recruiting class that UAB's ever had to sign based on the portal and everything that comes in. We just signed 9 guys, and there's a potential that we may have to sign 10, just depends on the Eric Gaines scenario and how that plays out.
That's what Nathan asked right at the very next question. So you don't know yet?
No. We're letting him go through the process.
Okay.
We don't have to know. We have communication with him. As Jay-Z said, cards up. That's how we like to play it. Let's just make sure we're all communicating here so that neither one of us are caught in an unlikely situation. He's got till the end of this month. He's going through workouts, and we're going to try to support him regardless of what he wants to do, but also give him the time that he needs to make the right decision.
Well, you're bringing in a lot of numbers. I mean, as you said, you signed 9. You've got the culture in the right direction. Now it's about chemistry and getting these guys to be able to mesh together. How do you feel about this class? Who can you talk about?
I can talk about them all.
Okay.
They're all signed.
Okay.
But to be honest with you, I don't know. I'm going into my 27th year in college coaching, my 17th as a head coach, and I've never been in this position before simply because I've never had to replace such a large majority of our team from a production standpoint and from a strictly numerical standpoint. We're signing 9 guys, man. That's a lot. So with that, I don't know. I feel good about the pieces, but until we can get there and get together in June and start coming together, I really don't know, other than talent, how quickly we'll be able to put it together. We went a lot of different ranges. We signed 4 junior college kids, 3 of which were rated in the top 10 of all of junior college basketball. We signed the 1 lone high school player. You guys will remember this. I think we discussed it earlier. The son of Kenny Satterfield, who played at Cincinnati.
Right.
Wonder how that worked out. He's at Cincinnati. His son, KJ Satterfield, is the lone high school player we signed, and then we got in the portal in the spring and picked up 4 big pieces.
Jim has mentioned this numerous times. 4 teams in America had nobody go into the portal. I don't know if that's healthy. I don't know, but is it an alarming number as a coach when you hear that?
I'm surprised that it
there
wasn't
were
4%. Yeah, I'm surprised it was
one
4.
Of them was
one of them was FAU.
Yeah, one of them was FAU.
And why would you? Man, kudos to Dusty May. I've told you guys this before. His lead assistant Todd Abernathy was my first point guard at Ole Miss. Great affection for that program, and I was enjoying the ride because I knew how good they were, and I was happy to see the country find out just what a quality program that is. And then you're worried about it. You're thinking, okay, a couple of their guys are going to have opportunities to be poached, quite frankly, and go to Power Fives for some money. I was happy to see that they've all kind of stayed put. And why wouldn't you? When you can play or live in an area that other people pay to go to vacation,
Right.
Boca's nice. And they've got an incredible run. Why would you want to leave what you created with the story of college basketball last year without question?
Well, see, I'm glad you said you could enjoy it because I wondered about that because as FAU was making that run, you lost a close one at their place, you beat them at your place, and then you lost the conference championship. And I was just wondering, as a guy who is so close to their level in your own conference, and they're sticking with you in the same conference, that if you could enjoy their run, not sitting there thinking, well, that could have been us.
No, absolutely. When we knew they beat us handily in the conference tournament championship, despite us sitting there at the time with 25 wins, we knew just based on numerical information and based on what we had not accomplished, we weren't going to go to the NCAA tournament. So then, we immediately shift our focus on trying to just advance in the platform that we had, and thankfully we did. We had a hell of a run, went up winning 4 games and getting to the NIT championship. But in the meantime, we're also watching the NCAA tournament unfold, and I was pulling for FAU from day one because I knew the quality of their team, and I also knew that it would be a great example for our new team moving forward if they can make that run. If you remember, Jim, it was a 1-possession game in their first-round game against Memphis.
Yep.
It was a loose ball, timeout, no timeout, jump ball, FAU has it, makes a shot, advance. And then it would just continue to build, and then, they're one shot away from playing for the national championship. San Diego State hits a shot at the buzzer to knock them out of the national championship game. So, incredible story.
The older I get, the more I love this town. I mean, I was born here, but Birmingham's just gotten progressive. I know when you left, you came back, you were probably like, damn, this place is even better than I left it. But you transferred from NC State in '87 to play for Gene Bartow. How much easier, if it is it to recruit to Birmingham, from when you were there, going from NC State to UAB to now, if that makes any sense?
No, it does. Number one, Birmingham's a great town, and for a long time there was this negative thought about the old South. I think Birmingham has evolved out of that shadow. I think that where we're located, we're in a prime location so that we can touch a lot of different people in a lot of different areas. Obviously, UAB has grown by leaps and bounds. Jim and I were talking. His son goes to UAB, go Blazers, and the campus has really transformed. I finished there in 1991, and it was literally a commuter school. Now it is a thriving campus. It is well respected academically across the country. So I think all of those things coming together makes it an attractive landing spot. The fact that we've won 78 games over the last 3 years, which is the 5th most in college basketball.
Wow.
I said that right. Behind only Houston, Gonzaga, Kansas, UCLA, and 5th are your UAB Blazers. Now let's don't get it twisted. All wins are not created equal. I get that. However, we've won 78 games over 3 years, and the first year that was a COVID-shortened season. So we've had success. That also helps in our ability to bring in quality players.
Nathan wants to know: is there a chance for a Midnight Madness type event?
Those things they used to be really cool. I was in them for a while, but they've just kind of gone away.
What happened?
Well, because the start date has changed. It used to be uniformed October 15th.
Right.
That's when you could start official practice. Now, guess what? You can start official practice as soon as summer school starts. We'll start official practice like June 5th.
Seriously?
Yeah, I mean, not official practice, but we can start working with guys. Back in those days, I would not see Gene Bartow till October 15th. When the season ended, mid-March, we didn't have interaction on the court as player-coach until October 15th. And that's what made it kind of a celebratory day. Now that date has changed. Now they went to the college basketball and men went to the women's rule, and you can go 42 days out from your first game. And they continue to move the start date of college basketball back. It stays at November 6th this year, the day before the elections. And they've moved it back to create bigger windows for television. So we can start 42 days prior to that. We can have 30 practices. I know I'm way in the weeds on you, but we can have 30 practices starting 42 days out. So it changes. Now, if you don't play on November 6th, let's say you don't play on November 8th, well, then your start date changes based on when you start your first game. So it's just not a uniform day anymore.
Well, I guess the question to Nathan would be, would he show up for Midnight Madness on June 6th in the middle of summer?
Right.
Because we're going to be there. You need to come there. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors. So more with Andy here in this segment, but Harbin's Outdoors, the folks one stop. If you want a pool in your backyard, they can handle from everything digging the hole to putting the pool in to landscaping.
Yeah, I mean, that is a great thing. They are a one-stop shop. I talked to Jeremy yesterday, and they are actually taking care of some cleanup issues at my pool next week. Again, Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram. Check it out for yourself at Harbins_outdoors. You can call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
B. Rich wants to know via Twitter, Butter Johnson, how's he coming along?
Butter Johnson's going to be a good player for us. I've always said that you typically see the greatest transformation in understanding how to operate. That's what we term it, how to operate, between years 1 and year 2 in a program. So Butter went through his freshman year. We were joking the other day, as he just finished 1 year in college, you look back at yourself when you came in as a true freshman, or really any time as a first-year guy, and you laugh like, this guy doesn't know anything. He doesn't even know what he doesn't know. Well, now Butter he got valuable game experience, and he's been through the program, so he has a much better understanding going into year 2.
When you played overseas and you were in Spain, did you ever go to Ibiza?
I did not, but my daughter just went there. Can you believe that?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, my God.
She was just at Ibiza, and she survived it. She's back.
Okay, so because I was talking to somebody about Ibiza the other day, and they're like, you don't need to go. You're not going to make it back.
Did you? Oh, you were? Oh, were you just in Spain?
No, I want to go though.
I got you.
Yeah.
My youngest daughter, Caitlin, UAB grad, go Blazers. She after college, she was like, hey, I want to go. She's got a friend in Seville, so she went over and spent a couple days in Amsterdam. Ooh, she tried that. And then she was in Spain. And she was in Spain and went to Ibiza. I've got some footage I'll show you off air.
Did she enjoy it?
Loved it.
How do you think Lance would have fared in Amsterdam? He was thinking about going.
Oh man, he would do well.
No,
there's a couple blocks I would say stay away from.
I had the thing booked. It's a long story, but
he would have gotten off, got his bags, and told the Uber, I want to go to those 2 blocks.
That's right.
Those are the 2 blocks I want to go to.
The color and this.
It's funny. We had somebody in studio, and I forgot. I don't know if you guys remember who it was, but they were telling us they're trying to clean Amsterdam up. And it's like,
good luck.
They're trying to shut down the hours of like 4 to 9 in the morning, and that ain't gonna happen.
My first playing overseas, I think we may have discussed this. So I was with the old Charlotte Hornets. I get released. I immediately go to Greece. This was in 1991. It was right after the Persian Gulf War. Very anti-American. I lived in a hotel in downtown Athens and wouldn't walk. I would take a cab. No Ubers back in those days. I would take a cab by the Parthenon every day on my way to the gym. And I was like, "What's this rubble?" I mean, never once walked through it or stupid, right? So that happened, and then I finished the year in Holland. So I played in Weert, which is southeast Holland. But our point guard, Michael Diaga, shout out, was the national team's point guard, and he was from Amsterdam. So we spent a lot of time in Amsterdam in 1991.
Ron Slay, you remember Ron Slay?
Of course.
Slay told one of the best stories ever on this show about when he was playing, I think in Turkey.
Yeah.
And the crowd, there was a fight, and the crowd got pissed, and they were throwing pennies on the floor. Or coins or something.
Hot pennies, they'll hit you with them.
That's what, he said that he didn't know they lit them on.
So they just
there were lighters.
Yeah.
Because when I was there, you got to remember in 1991, you could barely see as you're dribbling the ball up the floor for the cigarette smoke.
Yeah.
Because you could smoke indoors. So the cigarette smoke was so filled. I mean, it was like a foggy day.
So do you think there's
you make it sound like during TV timeouts they had cockfighting going on the court.
Bro, they would drink beer at the half. You had to tape your own ankle. I mean, I can tell you, I could write a book. It was insane.
Do you think there's any long you played over there, I think 3 years, right?
Yep, 3 different seasons, but about 6 different countries.
But like a career guy that plays over there 20 years, you think anybody's died of secondhand smoke?
Well, I don't know. It's a good thought. I mean, we'll call Alexander Sharnar. Call me, Alabama. There's got to be a lawsuit waiting.
All right, we'll do some NBA playoffs with AK when we return. Don't forget you can play those games at mybookie.ag, your one-stop shop for all your betting needs. Get the futures on your major league club. Play those NBA games. They make it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay. Code next round at signup mybookie.ag and get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Whether you're a diehard or just a casual, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, code next round. That is mybookie.ag, code next round. NBA with Andy Kennedy next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bent Brook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bent Brook.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
More basketball with Andy Kennedy in studio. New York Butcher Shop getting you ready for the weekend, man. I know AK loves a good grill, but LT seared one inside the house the other day and then threw it in the broiler.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that again on tomorrow night. The boys at last night at dinner, they were like, we really want steaks Friday night. So I'm going to go to the New York Butcher Shop again, and I'm going to pick up some of those prime fillets. They are fantastic. Anything you need from Jim and the guys there, from the premium pork chops, the certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Don't forget those huge deli sandwiches for lunch, catering options for your next business lunch meeting with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cabo Heights, 119 in Greystone. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Okay, you're coaching. How do you keep Jokic from getting the ball at his spot on the floor where he wants it every time? Because the other night, I thought the defense in the first half from the Lakers they didn't look like they were putting a ton of effort there, and Jokic was just running the floor.
Yeah, I don't really think that you can. If it was if I was Darvin Ham tonight, I would just let Jokic go. I think his passing is what separates him, and I think it's what allows them to be an elite team. He's going to rebound okay. You know, he's not the most athletic guy, but he's a big body, pursues balls, so he's going to rebound balls. I would try to keep his assists down. I would stay attached, and if he wants to go for 50, let him go for 50. If you notice now, the NBA, I mean, all these games, and I love it, but all these games are in the 110s, 120s. It's kind of like the old Doug Moe Denver Nuggets of the 80s, where the games are really, really fast. So I think he can still go for 50. And if you can hold him at about 106, and the Lakers can still find a way. I would not ever send doubles at him, even though it puts you at a disadvantage in a one-on-one. I think his passing is what makes him elite. He's like a really elite quarterback. He can pass you open. You don't hear that much in basketball, but he literally can pass you open through that center spot.
Yeah, I can't remember a center that's better at distributing the ball. And I know it's in the here and now, and they're up 1-0 on the Lakers, but I think he is the best player in basketball. And there's a reason that he won back-to-back MVPs, and Embiid got that award this year, and Embiid's great, and Giannis is great. But Jokic doesn't have a weakness to his game. You even see him at 6'11", 285, bringing the ball down. And that court vision is something that you can't teach. He's just got it.
Yeah, again, elite feel, big body, and what people don't talk about nearly enough, he's a 48% three-point shooter in postseason play. That's crazy.
Did you see the one he made at the end of the third quarter over
Anthony
Anthony
Davis? That's
bananas. You can't even defend that.
That's bananas. And the fact that he's not super athletic, he hasn't been super athletic his whole life, so he kind of has this, he kind of throws it off his ear, so it's even difficult to challenge him because of the basic dynamics of his stroke. Very, very unique player. I think when this year, if they can continue to advance through and get to the finals and have an opportunity to win it, I personally predicted that they would get to the Western Conference Finals, and I thought it would be them in Boston. And I think it's and I was leaning more towards Boston.
I still think Boston's going to get there.
I do too.
And the problem is that guy Missoula is getting out-coached by Spolster. Spolster's just a great coach.
Well, he's a great coach, and this is his first go-round. And I think Joe's getting some unnecessary grief. I think he's done a good job. I think Tatum has been a little more inconsistent. When he's good, boy, is he really good. He's just had some inconsistent ebbs and flows, which I think is cost him. But I do think it'll be Boston and Denver. And then if Jokic could get that title, I think the conversation completely changes as it relates to his place in basketball history.
Let me ask you one more question about Eastern Conference Game 1 last night. Missoula did not take a timeout when they gave up 46 in the third quarter. That was bad, but even worse to me, how Jason Tatum doesn't get off one shot in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I don't really understand that. I didn't understand why he wasn't initiating offense like Jimmy Butler was.
That would be like you and Jelly Walker, like, hey, you just second half don't take a shot.
But that would work with Jelly.
And I'll be honest with you, some of it is in
shoot.
in NBA basketball, they were setting a lot of screens with him to try to get matchups, and then maybe the guy with the ball was trying to make other decisions. I would certainly play through Tatum, and I think when they do so, he certainly proved to be incredibly productive.
As a coach, though, I mean, do you remind if you got a scorer like that? Do you say, "Hey, dude, we've gone 8 minutes. You haven't taken a shot. Take a shot."
Yeah. Embiid in Game 7, it knocks them out. Same thing. I don't really get that. I don't know why they wouldn't demand the ball go to a certain place. Again, in the NBA, the things go real quickly. They have actions more so than sets, but I would make sure that my star guy touched that ball, especially in a do-or-die situation.
If we gave you a special exemption and you could have Jokic or you could have Jason Tatum, UAB this year, which one would you take? And could just one of those guys
exemption?
Could one of those guys get you to a Final Four?
Absolutely, I would let you choose it for me, and I think we could get to the Final Four. But for me, it would be Jokic, just because of his ability to pass, his size, and he is such an efficient producer. He's not a heavy volume guy. Jelly's a volume guy. Had the 8th highest volume in college basketball this year out of about 4,700 players. But that's what we needed at times, He's a volume guy, though. Sometimes it'd take him 6-7 dribbles to get to a spot. If you think about how efficient the Joker is, he's not out there bouncing it like Steph. He's not out there bouncing it like Harden or even Tatum. He is scoring in an incredibly efficient manner, so I'd take him.
Would he ever have to run a sprint at practice, Jokic?
No, I mean, absolutely not. He's big into derby racing.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I did not. No.
And did you know that? You know what his background was when he grew up? Before he played basketball, you know what he was? Water polo. Did you not know that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was a water polo guy.
Well, he touched the bottom.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. No way he's got the stamina to be sitting there.
No, he's just standing on the bottom, chucking it. Yeah,
he was in water polo, and now he's like seriously into carriage horse racing.
Well, they got a track in Lexington.
So I don't know why I got into that, but no, I wouldn't make him do anything. I would just show up.
Have you ever been to see the carriage racing in person? Lexington had one. It was called the Red Mile, I think, is a 1 mile track. And you can't, I mean, they limit the speed you can go. Like,
what's the point?
Right. I don't understand it, but you can't get into a full gallop. They have to have a certain gait or you get disqualified. I did not like it.
Sounds boring.
Yeah.
Was Butler at Marquette when you and Hugs were at Cincinnati?
Butler was at Marquette after.
Just after, okay. Yeah. I was going to ask you, I mean, is this the best you've ever seen him play?
Yeah, he's incredible. I was there with, believe it or not, with Dwayne Wade was there. And that was when I was at Cincinnati. It was Dwayne Wade, Travis Diener. People remember him now for the TBT in the summer, but Travis Diener was a heck of a player. And then when I was the coach, sometime after, it was Brian Wardle, who's the head coach now at Bradley. They've had a number of great players come through there, but I did not get. I had Jay when I was at Ole Miss. We played them. They had Jay Crowder. Remember Jay Crowder?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
In the NBA, and for whatever reason, he sat out this season. That wasn't very smart. But I've played against a lot of guys, not Jimmy Butler.
So what's Jelly Walker's future? They've kind of got that line, anybody under 6 feet, it's really difficult to be in the league.
Yeah, right now he's in the workout process. He's got an agent. He's down in Miami training with a lot of different guys, trying to get in workouts. Gaines has gone through and gotten some workouts. Trey Jimison's gotten some workouts. Jelly's gotten some workouts. You get feedback. You wait and see what happens on draft night. And then from there, you're just trying to figure out a way to get on the summer league team.
But he got his master's. That should be pointed out. That's a great accomplishment.
Yeah. I mean, he's accomplished everything that he set out to. from an athletic and academic standpoint. He fully maxed out his collegiate experience, and that's what it's about. I'm proud of him. Trey Jemison leaves with his degree intact, and so those guys have done what they need to do academically. Now they're trying to pursue their dream. I think they'll have opportunities. It could go anywhere. It could go NBA, it could be a G League situation, or it could be an abroad situation. And just because you go abroad doesn't mean you can't come back. Think about this. Miami Heat, 4 of their top 6 guys were undrafted.
Wow.
Undrafted guys.
What a
Max
good organization.
Strus, Gabe, if I ask
guys
you right
that
now,
were hitting big shots.
yeah, they're
last night.
playing heavy minutes, man. Now some of it's Tyler Hero was hurt, and they've had some attrition based on injuries. But there's a lot of different paths to success in athletics.
One more quick break. When we come back, I want to ask you the best international league maybe to go play in. If Jelly is not an NBA or a G League or any of your players, where would you send them internationally? That and more when we come back on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
One more segment with AK before we get out of here. And just wanted to quickly.
Somebody
They
said
say
that's
I
the
sound
second
like Herb
person
Winches?
said that.
Do
Two
you
people
really?
have said you sound like Herb. I
How
think
about
they're
that?
listening, not watching.
Yeah, I don't really see it.
Can you say hello again, everybody?
Hello again, everybody. Herb Winches and Ben Cook.
That's pretty good.
What was the show?
Sports Talk 690.
Sports Talk 690.
Yeah.
I just saw Herb at Lake Martin. The landing.
He's there all the time.
Oh, he's there. That place
Real
is-
quickly, I mean, we've got the G League in Birmingham now, which is a great option. But if you're not in the G League or the NBA, you and I were talking in the break, there used to be a league or two that everyone would go play with across the pond. but international basketball has changed a little bit. Where would you, if you had a son that was going to go play internationally, where do you send him right now?
Well, I think Spain is still good. The ACB is a very competitive league. The quality of life there, believe it or not, the big money right now is in China. It's in Japan.
What kind of money
it's
can
in
you
Russia.
make?
Oh, big money. I mean, the international players, I mean, they can make $2-3 million a year.
You think the Russian situation with Brittany Griner is scaring some people off?
I think, I would stay away from the vape pens. If I'm just saying. But I do think, there's still a league going on right now in Russia. Now, we all want to hoop, but I'm not sure I would feel real comfortable in that situation.
There's a conflict over there,
I
right?
mean, they got, the leader of that country is not very popular right now. I mean, who knows what's going to happen next? I mean, I may look for another country.
A couple of more questions. Nathan said Coleman and Yaxel both on the court at the same time.
Possible. Yax is, we're going to call him Yax. Yaxel, he's a Dominican kid. Incredible story. Him and Chris Coleman got incredible stories. I won't get into that right now, but at another time. And Yaxel is 6'9", 7'2" reach, about 235. I think we'll get him to about 245. I'm not saying he's as good as this, but I always try to give comparables. He's got a little Paulo Banchero to his game.
Wow.
And his ability to dribble, pass, and shoot, and he's a big body. So he can play some 5 if need be, shift down. And Chris Coleman is a long, athletic ball getter, always around the ball, very, very athletic, high motor, a little Pascal Siakam to his game.
Wow. So Banchero, the number 1 overall last year, and Siakam is one of the most improved players over the last 5 years.
NBA All-Star. I'm not saying they're that, but I'm saying as it relates to game, skill set, that's who I see.
Philip wants to know, in your scheduling, if you had your dream scenario, would you play one game at the BJCC every year?
Every year, I would love to play Alabama there. Can you make that happen, Dunaway?
I would love for it to happen, too.
I'd like to play Alabama and Birmingham every year, or Auburn. And we're open to it.
Let me ask you this. So if you just got with Nate Oates, could you guys make that decision, or is it above you?
Hello? Yeah, no, it's way. If we could make that decision, it would have happened already.
Yeah, I think Nate's open to it.
That's so ridiculous,
it's ridiculous.
I mean, it really is.
The Cold War's over, Pete.
I know.
We were referring to Russia.
We could take down a damn wall in Europe in '89, and you guys can't play basketball.
Those are a lot of lies.
Very true.
Yeah, very true.
No,
a lot of
what's
lies.
easier? It's easier for you guys to play basketball.
But it seems like it would be perfect for 1 year you're at Auburn Arena with Auburn in November or December, and Alabama's at the BJCC or Bartow,
right?
And the next year you're in Tuscaloosa and Auburn.
You know what's crazy is we used to play Auburn every year back when I played, and then when I coached, and then that thing got sideways. It used to be a little easier than it is now because of television tie-ins per league. So who's going to televise the game? We want the game. You got the game. It's made it a little more difficult, and it's gotten just so catty as well. It's just ridiculous. I am trying hard to schedule regional people in the non-league that our fans would be excited about, like Middle Tennessee State, Western Kentucky, South Alabama, Chattanooga, all, good, solid, mid-major programs that make sense on a lot of levels, and it's a lot more difficult than you would think.
All right, looking forward to the American, and July 1 officially in the AAC is UAB. That's Andy Kennedy in studio with us. Boy, time flies when you're talking to one of your buddies there. And we'll have him back in studio again, hopefully before basketball season gets here. But we are all for UAB Alabama home and home every year. Let's get that going. All right, AK, thank you, man.
Thank you, guys. I enjoyed it.
Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Brown will keep us updated on the PGA Championship leaderboard throughout the live show today. Also, we will get into what we saw last night in the NBA and some NFL football news, movement in the portal.